Hey guys, welcome to the last episode of the Winter 2023 season. It is episode 217 of 4-Player Animecast, the 4th of March. This is our first March 2023 episode, and we are almost heading into the spring. Again, we have this one episode. We'll have our preview show for the spring 2023 season coming up, and then we'll barrel right in. Again, I think we should have the schedule all right, but if we don't, we do have a couple of subjects that are hanging around in the anime industry now and related industries that we could probably do a sidecast on, or we could do, some more series. A lot of ideas. So don't worry about that. Anyways, I am your host, Spire, here 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast of the United States. And with me are my compatriots, Near,
Hello.
Toast,
What?
and Dark.
Hello.
All right. Well, this podcast, I am going to try to not be too angry or front load. I'm not going to try to front load my anger too much, but we might see a little bit of tangent. And obviously, we have a couple of heavy hitters here. We might have a couple of heavy hitters here. So we'll start our brief 2 weeks right off. Near, how are you past 2 weeks, sir?
Not too bad. Still rating in FF14. Playing some of the new Apex season. Grinding out some Fortnite Battle Pass levels before the season ends. The usual mobile games, keeping up with anime.
Near, how's your cybersecurity?
Normal? I don't know.
Apparently, it says there's a breach at Sobeys and Indigo.
Sobeys like the store?
Yes. I don't know. I'm not Canadian.
Okay. I mean, I don't think there's any Sobeys even around here anymore.
Sobeys admits the data breach in fall 2022. Alerts customers.
Well, yeah, there's no Sobeys around here anymore. They kind of got bought out by No Frills, I think.
What about Indigo? I heard that's a bookstore chain.
Yeah, Indigo is I don't know, you guys have chapters, right?
I don't
What?
think. Do you mean Borders?
No.
What?
Like it's like
Barnes
chapters,
and Noble?
bookstores? No.
Like
we-
regional places, like where or cities where we have like certain stores, right?
Barnes
Like,
and
stores
Noble?
in certain-
I don't know.
No, I mean,
No.
I think near literally means there's a place
No,
called
the store, yeah, the
Chapters.
store is called chapters. Like
Oh no, we
Yeah,
don't.
No,
have
we,
I don't
we
know what that
definitely
is.
don't have that.
I didn't know that. But yeah, it's just a bookstore.
Okay.
I think Indigo is like the umbrella company. But the store is called Chapters. Something like that.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Okay.
I've got one down the street from me. But I don't shop there very often.
Okay.
But yeah. Yeah, other than that,
Other than dodging the
yeah.
bullets.
yeah. Not I mean, I'm sure my personal info has been leaked, but not by them, I don't think. But yeah. I haven't really been up to all that much.
Okay.
I did rewatch quite a few episodes of Arcane last week.
Okay.
Oh, you mean the winner of Best Anime 2022?
No,
What did it win at the Video Game Awards again? I forgot.
it won best like adaptation or something.
All right. Oh,
Yeah.
the misery.
Yeah. But yeah, that show's good. You should watch it.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't been too. Pretty lazy last couple weeks, as usual. But
That's fine. Okay. Toast, what about you?
I was promised a winter storm. I didn't get a winter storm. I'm upset.
I'm glad I didn't get a winter storm. I hear it again. The Californian is getting
yeah,
hit by that.
California got an inch of snow.
And they
and it
immediately closed.
exploded. So
What else?
geez.
I don't know what happened in 2 weeks. I don't know that stuff with Pikami. Yeah, that's uncool. I'm
Yeah.
upset. How dare they? I don't believe a word Yari is saying about how it was outlined a long time ago.
I do.
I don't. I believe the bad news sped it up. Could have
I
at least
mean-
had
Yeah,
a couple
no,
could've
I
more
been
think
a bit
months.
of
that
both.
moved up. I think that
definitely,
moved up
definitely.
the timetable.
But it was definitely like something that was on the table for a long time, I'd say.
I don't believe him because when was the last time he made anything interesting? When's the next Vocaloid music
made-
video?
He made bombs.
That
Yeah.
is- he's
So
probably
what?
pretty busy managing it. Yeah.
We're still waiting for back to his music videos since Bombs is basically going to explode.
Mhm. It's a little bit
Uh,
unfortunate that it has to
yeah,
explode over
probably.
one person, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Myth had their real 3D debuts, I guess. All of them. And Boogie Vox is going away. I can't believe they're retiring. AKA, well, they're not retiring. They're disbanding like Backstreet Boys, so they're going their separate ways. I wonder why. I don't know. Don't tell me. I wonder why. But yeah, I don't know. Pretty slow VTuber news weeks because third fest, fourth fest, fourth fest. I don't know. Fifth fest is coming up, so everyone's flying to Japan and doing their things.
Mhm.
Unlike Niji Sanji, gee, I wonder what's happening over in Niji Sanji EN.
Nothing.
Oh wait, nothing.
Yeah.
Because
Honestly,
apparently
not
they all
having
got canceled. Their AR Live got canceled, and it's like, why is it different?
yeah, I mean,
Like, if
it's
all-
unfortunate, but
Is
I think some of
this-
them are overreacting to it.
is
Just
this a
a little.
difference in their visas or whatever?
You think?
Like,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's not
You
visas; they're just visiting.
You think a concert getting canceled and then seething for like literal months over it is overreacting? I think
Yeah,
You're crazy.
I think you're
Being
crazy,
like,
dude.
it had such an effect on my mental
I
health.
felt
Yeah, look,
betrayed.
Vox can't fucking hook up with 14-year-old girls, so it's a real fucking tragedy.
So, the worst, if you read their tweets, it almost you would think that they had like built the auditorium from scratch themselves. Like,
Yeah, they make
went
it.
to the
They
convention
literally
hall,
make it
just,
sound like
camera-
they
Like
were the
they
ones
did
planning
anything.
it, which is like
It's like, what?
no, bro.
like you prepared your singing and sketch and concert, but let's be real
Which,
here.
let's
There's
be
a lot of
real,
people
they
also.
probably also don't do themselves most of the time.
like
It's
I mean, to be fair, you can usually tell when there's usually a stand-in for when Niji Sanji does their 3D lives
mhm.
because they move differently. Not like Hollow Live where you can tell you can tell they're always doing it. But yeah, I wonder why there's a difference between how Niji Sanji does their 3D lives and how Hollow Live does it because Hollow Live stuff usually doesn't get canceled for their
It's-
Yeah, well, Hololive likes money.
for their overseas branches because when they say they have a 3D debut, it's usually delayed. It's not outright canceled for a long time, and they fly them over. So
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening in Niji.
it's
I don't know how Niji Sanji works for them.
I mean, honestly, I think it's probably a combination of like obviously there's some poor management, but I think a lot of it has just been bad luck, to be honest,
Is-
because
is-
most of it was mainly due to stuff like COVID or like other incidents or whatever it is, right? So I mean, you can't really prevent that.
Then
I think.
why are all the EN members in Myth? They're in Japan right now. They're having fun. They're about to do a live 3D collab with everyone. Like
Because they didn't get hit with the COVID ban hammer and or earthquakes. Like I don't know what else to say.
what's stopping Niji Sanji EN from doing that right now? After their AR live got canceled, they all flew to
Well,
I
Japan.
don't
I
think
mean,
that's
the
how
whole-
scheduling works.
Yeah, the whole thing that I was saying when this happened was they were like saying all this shit where then fucking Niji people were like, oh yeah, quote unquote COVID, huh? It's like, bro, do you think that they just like have all of this production done like a month before the fucking thing happens? Like, what's up?
or like you think they spend at least like 5 to 6 figures plus, and then they're just like, by the way, quote unquote COVID, and then they just
Yeah, by the way,
that's
we
not how it
don't
works.
want to do this just because we're lazy. That's what we're doing.
We spent like
We were-
$200,000
200
plus on it,
grand, but
whatever.
like we really decided, you know what? We wanted to take the week off instead. So
Yeah.
To
That's
be
not-
fair,
yeah.
Niji Sanji En has way more members than just Myth and Council and and I guess the ID girls.
No, I
Wait,
mean,
do they? It's like what, 20 people? 5?
yeah, but I mean, it's like the point
mean,
is
the event
that
is-
like
yeah.
the fucking tweets we saw were like people them implying like that this wasn't COVID or like wasn't something completely out of their control. As if
Yeah.
as if like Niji was gonna drop the money they had to drop on prepping this, and then just be
Yeah.
like, never mind. Actually,
By the way, they probably still have to pay everybody their money because they had it all prepared up to then. So
oh
it's
yeah,
like-
that's the thing. It's like I mean, at best they might have been able to get like some back on like insurance or like revenue
Yeah,
or like
exactly.
the venue, but it's like
Mhm.
every person who they paid for production, they still paid to put together the production.
Exactly.
Like unless the implication is literally nothing was going on behind the scenes, like obviously like shit was still done.
I'm pretty sure they were trying to cram in as many members as they could. But they're like, this is not feasible. This is not possible. So rather than just having all like just Luxium, let's just face it, it was going to be a Luxium. Instead of having Luxium and like make everyone else mad, just cancel it outright until we can fit everyone in.
I
Luxium
don't
makes
think
the
that's-
money.
I doubt that
I
that's
believe
I
it.
doubt
That's
that's
not
what
how
they did.
I
that works.
believe
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that's a lot of wasted money. Like they would have gone
Yeah.
through that like before they started, like
Yeah.
even publicizing the event. They would have been like, are we gonna put on an event when we can't have like X person there?
Mhm. Anyways, anything
But
else?
yeah,
Ghost?
so feels great to watch Hollow Live mostly. I just watched Niji Sanji JP and Millie, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Pretty slow week, I guess.
Dark. What about you?
I've been playing let's see, what have I been doing?
Oh long.
Still been doing mobile games. Been playing Wo Long, but that game's gonna give me like a seizure, so I'm gonna have to stop for now. Maybe it's my like 1080 GPU I'm running, but I don't know. That game has like a lot of flashing going on. I don't know if that's an issue of my GPU or what do you call it? Just the game itself, because I've been seeing a lot of people report that like, get flashing. So yeah, so hopefully that gets fixed. Other than that, I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 because the new expansion came out, and the game started becoming fun when they were like, hey guys, we're not going to delete content from the game 2 years in, or a year after it comes out, or 2 years after it comes out. So that made me want to try the game. And that's been fun. And then in the middle of streaming that to Nier on Discord, my 3080 Ti died. So that was cool.
Whose fault was it? Was it Rusty Hearts, not Wild Hearts? I don't know.
No, I think it was. I mean, I think the card was like kind of faulty from the beginning. I think I had gotten one of those 3080s, like one of the ones that are just like semi-dead on arrival. But it lasted, these like 2 years. So I figured, but now I'm trying. Now I'm trying to do I ordered a 3090 off of Amazon, a refurbished with a 4-year like coverage that they'll just replace or give me my Amazon money back if it breaks. So that's like way better, considering like, like sure, is it refurbished? May it have been used for like fucking Bitcoin mining? Yeah, but it's not really the end of the world, just because again I have that 4-year and that 90-day like no questions asked Amazon one, since it's a refurbished item, and then a 4-year like if there's like any sort of hardware failure, it just gets replaced or I get my money back. So that's good. Right now I'm trying to put in for Allstate insurance on the GPU I had. on the 3080 Ti just to see if I can get my money back or get it replaced and then like sell it to my brother or give it to my brother or something. But that today, they kind of gave me the runaround because they were like, "Hey, send it to a local shop." And I was like, "I don't think you understand what we're talking about." It's like, what? I was like, "What local shop is gonna fix a fucking GPU? What are you talking? Like, what are you saying? No, that's not. Nobody does that. Like, someone might do that, but that's really stupid. Like,
Yeah.
that's a huge fucking waste of time." But yeah, so then they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll email you," and then email us the receipt, and then I never got emailed. So tomorrow I'm gonna have to harass them again. Be like, "No, you're
The
gonna give
plastic.
me the $2,000 because you're fucking dumb enough to insure these.
Mhm.
Not my problem, but you ain't fixing them." So, but
Unfortunate.
yeah, that's kind of been that's kind of been my whole fucking 2 weeks at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as for me, again, not much going on. I've been a little bit busier and on the real life side. Watched some of the anime here, obviously that we're going to talk about, and just in the past couple of days, I've had some things pop up that made me not very happy, quote unquote. I think, um,
What Spy?
with
You don't
regards
like
to,
Muscle MILF? That's coming out recently.
no, I'm not
Yet,
talking
yet,
about.
yet another masterpiece by
I'm
Miel.
I'm not talking about like actual releases of media. I'm talking about news pieces like the Crunchyroll Awards shit, and then the recent again the tweet about the industry video and stuff like that. And it's
You,
just
Yeah, keep sipping on that haterade, buddy.
yeah,
I
and
mean,
it's just
like
like
you
how
had.
people react. And then
I
what is
watched
it?
the Crunchyroll thing, and I was like, you had Salyamaki, and it's like, oh, she's speaking only in Japanese, and you had a translator, who no
Wait,
offense,
what? Wait, they had a
no, off-
wait.
no offense, they had a
It's because she
translator
can't speak English, bro. Are you
who
serious?
spoke
She's a
worse,
Japanese voice actress.
who spoke
You
worse English than Salyamaki, and I was
That's
like,
so
did
good.
did you did you not pay her enough for that? Like, I know she's in Tokyo, and you have English speakers there, like for some reason Saikuno and Valkyrie and the other dude, but it's like, did who specifically told Sally Amaki to not translate her own lines for this? I don't get it. You wasted. It's a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's kind of stupid as well.
Idols are
But
not
yeah,
allowed to
there's been
speak English.
yeah,
It's
they don't
not.
go to the bathroom and they don't speak English. Not especially not to Gaijin pigs. But I've been doing. It's been kind of building up my rage up until the podcast, and both of these are kind of not bigger subjects, but like longer winded rants. So it's going to be a little bit hard for me to hold back later down the road for this podcast episode. Hopefully I'll be able to keep it to 4 hours sub. But not much going on other than that. I also have not been able to get rid of Japari Park, or Yokoso Japari Pake, which is Welcome to Japari Park, the opening for the first season of Kemono Friends. That has been stuck in my head for 2 freaking days. Somebody please help me get rid of it. I am dying. Actually, I'm not dying because the song is really good, but still. And on the similar notes, I've been watching clips of Oishi Masayoshi doing his radio and talking about the music industry and anime song making industry and stuff like that. And obviously that's very fascinating. So that's been interesting. But yeah, not much other than that. So that was my 2 weeks. And I guess without further ado, we should just start right off then. Toast, what do you have for us? Toast.
Where do I
Oh, okay.
begin with this?
I can't even give
Um,
you an answer to that
Do you want me
one.
to say the name? Do you want me to say?
you were you like Midori Days?
I
No, you don't remember Midori Days?
I don't remember this series.
It's the
No.
same. I mean, it's the same dude who made Ikora. It's a real. This is like ancient
Oh.
anime. You know what? Midori Days. You remember that one series where it was that one meme clip, like meme. It's from you know that one clip of that dude punching through a car?
Mm-hmm.
That's Midori Days. But where am I going with this? I don't know. I already lost my train of thought. Anyway, what did I
What
watch?
series? Yes.
My Life as Inukai-san's Dog.
Yes. Also known as Inu ni nattara suki na hito ni hirowareta, also abbreviated as InuHiro in the Japanese community. It is a manga original, right? It is a
Also
manga
a light
original.
novel.
Was it a light novel first or a manga first?
That's a manga first.
Okay, manga first, then became light novel adaptation, and then finally got an
No, I'm
anime.
like, what light novel? What do you? Why are you making that up, Spire?
What?
What?
Okay.
No, it's
So,
just a manga.
okay, so
So
it's just a manga original, and this is done by Quad Studio. I believe this is like pretty much one of the only one, other than they also made Miss Kuroitsu from the Monster Development Department, Kaijin Kaihatsubu no Kuroitsu-san, which I think I reviewed a couple of seasons ago. Yeah.
Quaid. I don't know. But yeah, this is I guess their only other work other than that.
Yes.
And I mean, I guess I'll say it. It's a license by Sentai Filmworks, and if you don't know, since we brought up Crunchyroll earlier, Sentai Filmworks has their own video on demand service called High Dive. So if you want to watch certain anime that's not on Crunchyroll, you can watch it on High Dive. Check it out. Yeah. Yeah. So what is this series about? Is it about? Yeah,
Well,
you know that one what's that one fetish? Where that's not the slave fetish, right? All right. So
are you the wait? Yeah, yeah. Go
what?
on.
No, you want to what's the fetish,
What's the
Fire?
fetish? I
Where
It's
actually
like
don't
where
know
you
what
dom
fetish
sub.
you're referring to. Dom
no
sub? Yeah.
no
Yeah, like what's the premise?
it's the dog thing, right? Where you
Like
put
butter
them on a
dog? What are you talking about?
what?
Are you
The
talking
heck's
about like
butter dog?
butter dog?
Oh no, he's talking about like that's like He's talking like BDSM shit
He is? Okay.
No,
where you
whatever. Where
put
am I
like
going?
on a collar and stuff.
You should probably talk about the show.
I'm trying to get there, but I don't
He's
know where
trying to
this is going.
establish the audience.
All right, so the premise is there's this dude, Pochita, that's his dog name because he's a mysterious faceless MC that we'll never talk about. He's voiced by I think a relatively newcomer, uh,
Isn't it Umeda
Umeda
Yuichiro?
Shuichiro. I don't know who is I don't know who else. I don't think I watched anything else that he's in, but he's going to
Umeda
be
Shoichiro, okay.
but
Yeah, he's relatively new, I think.
he's gonna be the main character in Zombie 100. Check it out. But yeah, so he wakes up in like I guess abandoned on the street because the old trope. You find a stray cat with like a stray dog in a box.
Mhm.
So he's sitting there, and then I guess the titular Inukai-san picks him up, and then fun times ensues. Inukai-san voiced by Aizawa Saya, who is also a relatively newcomer. So these are all newcomers in this anime.
She did. She did. She voiced the girl in one of the lesser known girls in Cinderella Girls, as well as uh, I think one of
She's
the
the main
random girls in
character.
Strike the Blood.
She's the
Yeah.
main character in Engage Kiss. Did I watch that? No, I did not watch that.
Oh, that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Spire
Okay.
watched
Okay.
that, I
Okay. Yeah.
think,
He said
right?
I watched the pink hair girl. Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
So yeah, so the deal is with Inukai-san, she likes dogs. I mean, like who doesn't like dogs?
I'm not sure if I know
I mean,
exactly what you
Yeah,
mean,
but
but
like how much does she like dogs?
I
The
got
real
a dog.
question.
I got a dog. He's right there. He's a cool dude. But
okay.
yeah, the thing is, she really likes dogs. Like,
Okay. Like, okay.
sorry, have you read the the S rank Behemoth light novel?
I feel like I've heard of it.
I am behemoth of the S rank monster, but I am mistaken as a cat and live as a pet of elf girl. Jesus, what is that?
Oh yeah, I've seen this one. I haven't read it though.
You know how much that elf likes that cat? She really likes that cat. So much so that what was it? When the cat got the roper qualities. If you guys know what a roper is, I assume Near and Dark know what a roper is in monster mythology.
No.
They're a tentacled beast.
Oh. Well,
Need I say more?
I could have guessed where that was going, I guess.
It's from D&D apparently, isn't it? But yeah, where am I
Oh,
going?
okay, so
But
that's
yeah,
what it's called.
she
Yeah.
really likes dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like the B word kind of, the B-ology kind of liking dogs, I guess.
Okay.
She's obsessed to the dogs to where the point that she likes them more than humans, which I can get.
hmm
Hmm?
I get that, bro. I like my dog more than most people, but not in that
It's
way,
like
like
she
she
really
does.
likes hugging them and being like, "Oh, I want to get close to dogs and stuff like that."
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Yeah,
Spire.
white women, we get it.
Hugging them.
Yeah.
Hugging them.
Hugging the dog. Okay, don't be like that. Okay, dear. She just really likes hugging the dog.
Yeah, she's white.
Yeah. She likes the dogs to the point that whenever she talks to other people, she gets the yandere cold eyes, and she's only warm and loving towards the dog, kind of way. So that's our main heroine. Well, there's three of them, I guess. So you know, you got what her name's Inukai Karen. That's the main love interest, I'll say, because the main character Pochita likes her that way.
hmm
So and then you've got her friend Nekotani Mike or Mike. I'm gonna call her Mike because I'm American, and so get it because she's named Nekotani. She
Yes.
hates dogs. She has a fear of them and whatnot. So whenever she hangs out with Pochita, hilarious hijinks ensue
Mhm.
and whatnot because she hates dogs to the point where she's scared of them. And then you've got the third main heroine, Tsukishiro Usagi. Gee, do you see a resemblance or a theme going on here?
Perhaps.
So yeah, then there's the third heroine who likes the dude, but and as the dude. So there's a yeah.
Wait, but I'm confused. I thought he was dead.
Oh, he's not dead.
He's not dead.
Wait, but how is he a dog?
All right, let me get into that. So basically, the main character got gifted mysterious chocolate from Valentine's Day from a girl in a lab coat who said these chocolates were from Inukai-san because the main character likes Inukai-san. I can go into that later. So when he eats the chocolate, he passes out, and then he wakes up on the street as a dog. So I guess the lab coat girl is our main villain. So most of the plot right now is well, it's 9 episodes in. We're not going to get too far into that plot because this is only 12 episodes, so I don't think it'll get resolved. But so the main plot is that the main character has to somehow find a way back, find the mysterious lab coat girl, and find a way to become human, all the while pretending to be Inukai-san's dog because she gets sad if she's not around because she likes dogs more than people. But yeah, that's the basic premise of this series. Though that's the main plot, if you want to put it that way. But that's only one half of the of why you watch this series. The other half, well, you know how I mentioned that she likes dogs? She
Yes.
really likes dogs. Or the fact where she'll play with the dog in weird ways, kind of weird ways, like near. Do you know how to play house with your dog? I don't know what house is.
What?
Like,
No.
I
Yeah,
don't
I think that's just. I think that would just be playing with a dog.
like.
Yeah,
I've heard people say like, "Oh, I play house with my dog, and my dog understands house," and I'm like, I don't. I've heard of it, but I don't really understand what that
Like
is.
play house is usually like what little kids do.
I don't.
yeah, like you take on roles and stuff
Which
like
again,
that,
it's
right?
like, yeah, so like what does the dog play? The role of a dog? Like
Yeah,
I mean,
like playing house is usually kids like doing like effectively role playing as adults. Like
I mean, I think house is. I googled it. House is where you tell the dog to go somewhere and it stays there. Like you tell them to go to bed and they go to their dog bed or something like, or their dog
damn
house or
dude,
something like
that
that.
sounds like a really fun game.
But apparently, when Inukai-san says house, she lifts up her skirt and sits down and does the funny pose. I don't know. You know, the knees up skirt thing. So when she says house, she tells them to come into my skirt. I don't know what that means. So there's some fun times with there. Yeah, this series has a lot of weird fetishes that I don't understand. Maybe with dogs.
Is
Like
there
mostly the
explain Big Rig's like explain further?
so most of the fun content is Inukai playing with the dog and having some I guess lucky
Yeah,
pervert situations,
it's
but not
more
really.
so I've read the manga, but it was literally like
why?
years ago.
Why?
I have
Dude,
no
Why?
You're just
Why
you're
you
just
pervert?
I don't
literally
even
put on like a full fucking flashlight in your face.
yeah,
You're telling me why did you do this?
he's immediately like FBI through the ceiling. He's like FBI, open up, just like immediately just like kicking down the door.
In
It's
my
like
in my defense, I saw the PV and I was like, wait a minute, let me check this out. So I only heard of this recently. Spire, what's your excuse for reading this years ago?
I have no idea what state of mind. I think I was in that state of mind where I was literally like,
You like dogs? You like
you
being?
were you were just bricked up 24/7. Like what?
yeah, yeah,
What do you
exactly.
mean?
I need to find this dog
I
fetish.
need
No,
to find this.
Is
I
it a
think it
Spire? Is it a
was.
BDSM thing where like, oh, I
Yeah,
need to be someone's dog for the day. This manga is perfect.
I don't think that's even what happens in the manga, right?
No,
That's
not
not.
really. No.
I think it was that phase where I was literally, back when like Potato and like other like aggregation sites were much more common, or like there was like Manga Fox and like all those other aggregation sites. It was like one of those times where I had enough time to literally just like scan through all like the shit and just go through it. I think like I had one of those phases where I just went through everything on the front page, and like that was one of the series I ended up going through. And then yeah, I forget where I like read it
The
up to though. I know the second girl. I forget if I saw the third girl. But
which
yeah.
second girl?
The second girl is Nekotani,
Yeah,
right? The blonde
she's
girl.
AKA the best character in this entire series. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a good character. And then I forget if I ever saw the third girl. But yeah, the
She's
second girl definitely
the
came along.
she's the one who really likes boxes and desks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I forget if yeah.
I admit, would you call this a gigantism thing? Giantess fetish? Or like,
No, I think
No?
it's just
no?
like
Because of the
it's kind of
POV?
similar to the whole like um you know how like there's like the baby fetish thing where it's like some people like being kind of
Ew.
taken like care of or whatever it is. Um like it's like the mommy thing. I think it's probably similar to that is my guess.
What's
I
that
mean,
Um
one?
I think it's pretty similar to wanting to have sex with animals kind of thing.
I don't
If
know.
I had
I
if I had to
think
make a
I
guess,
think the jury's still out on that. I don't know, man.
yeah.
I'm
Yes, and here I don't
unconvinced.
know yet. I'm also unconvinced. But yeah, it's similar to I guess it's similar to that one fetish with the what is it? It's on the same line as Dogiza and pull up your skirt thing. I guess it's within that same realm of fetishes. Also, the one where it's like show me your panties while look disgusted at me. So
Yeah, but don't
it
those
might
series
be
involve
a
like oh god, you're freaking disgusting. Like having that like hatred directed towards you, isn't that the point of those series?
It's more of a domination type thing. Where like, oh, I'm being dominated by the main female character because I'm a dog. Woof woof. I'll eat dog food and
Is it
whatnot.
about the domination thing? I always
I,
Not
thought it
really.
was
don't.
like a
I
weird
I,
like
Might be.
I think those are more about like them like the
the
demeaning
disdain. Yeah,
aspect. You
I
exactly.
know, like
guess.
Because it's
I
like
don't know.
like in that sense, like if we follow along what Toast said, then the mommy fetish will be a domination fetish, right? Is that a thing? Is that
Yeah,
how
I
that
mean it
works?
is
I
in
don't
a
think
Ki-
it
way.
it
Well,
kinda
it's
I
not.
mean,
is.
it's a potential aspect of it, but like that.
it's not the major focus of it.
Yeah, no.
You
Okay.
can't just sum up other people's fetishes
or
like that
rather,
so
it's
easily.
more. It's far more. It's far more specific.
I guess. But yeah, about the characters, I mean, for what this is, the characters are pretty well fleshed out, really. Like,
Mhm.
the main character before he got turned into a dog was a loner, and he liked plants. So, like, and then the first person, he's a loner, takes care of plants, doesn't talk to people, and then he sees Inukai-san, and he's like, oh, like, I like plants, but, that's kind of you can laugh at me like that because I'm not normal. I'm weird, right? And she's like, no, you're not weird. It's it's normal. It's okay to have to like things that other people don't. And he's like, oh, I fell in love with you because you're kind to me in that kind of way. So I mean, to be fair, like the
Why
main
is that
character's like,
always
oh, I
like?
like plants.
That's not even the first time I've seen that in like an anime like type thing. Where it's like, God, isn't that
What do
so
you mean?
freaky? Aren't I such a freak because I like plants? It's like, what? Bro, people have gardens.
Oh yeah.
See, Dark, if you were a girl, most people wouldn't be like, oh, she must like me. Damn, you
I
gotta be
think that's
popular.
I think that's an exaggeration of the trope in Asian schools, and I'm not sure if any of you guys know or kind of have a sense of this, but essentially,
If you
at
like
least
plants, you get shot in the back of the head. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
if you dare run a garden, you better watch your back, buddy. But what I'm
I
saying
mean, it's
is
kind of like
that
if you like something that other people don't, you'll get bullied for it. And if someone's nice to
yeah,
you,
exactly.
then
So
like you'll
essentially,
naturally like
in
them.
like I never really because I came over to America earlier, but I never obviously had this sort of thing. But in places like Japan and Korea and so on, there in schools, there's obviously not like prom queen kind of thing, but there are obviously popular cliques who kind of just do their own things, right? And they talk about the movies and makeup and doing whatever stuff, like all the standard stuff. And if you do something that's more niche, like gardening, or and you're by yourself doing your own stuff, or like card games, or like random you go to the
I
arcade
don't
for
know,
rhythm
man.
games by yourself, or
Card
whatever it
card
is, then
Spire. There's a different you, card game people and people who go to arcades are popular enough within their own circles. People who like plants, oh, those are weirdos. Those are the
yeah,
real loners in high
completely
school,
different.
Spire.
Yes, I
But yeah,
apologize. But essentially, those people who pick the more niche subjects tend to get picked on sometimes
yeah.
within the class, and so they're making sort of a trope of that by saying, "Oh, I did something that I like something that's not very popular, so I became a loner." And I was picked on and stuff like that. That's essentially. It doesn't necessarily have to be gardening; it could be literally anything, but that's sort of what it happens. So I think that's essentially where the trope comes from.
It's a reaffirmation of that, you're a normal dude. It's okay to
Yeah,
like these things. And I mean, I get it. That's fine. So that's the reason why the main character likes Inukai-san. So that's fine.
yeah.
That's fine. Whatever. But we're on episode 9 and we're just starting to get to the plot, like why you turned him into it. So
But even in the manga, that comes pretty late, right?
yeah, it's pretty late. I don't. That's why I'm saying I don't know whether these 12 episodes will explain it fully. It might not because we're right at
That's actually a pretty good point.
we're right at the school festival arc. It just started, so
It's probably gonna be like there's more adventures that happen, but we'll see them
I
next
don't.
time or some. Yeah, it's probably gonna be like that.
But
I think they'll
yeah.
put it off or not put it off, but I think they'll all run into the sunset figuratively. So
So the plot will just pick up. I don't know.
what? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
What?
see.
How are
Honestly,
the audio visuals? By
they're
the way,
fine.
yeah,
I mean, I will say,
because Kuroitsu-san was a little bit scuffed. I want to say, but
though, unless you like upskirt panty shots, which I believe are censored in the the regular version.
mm,
I mean, just watch the uncensored version. You know what I'm saying? They get released a day before the uncool version. So just watch it uncensored. I mean, I wrote down timestamps for if you want certain fetishes. I got you, homie. Like, you want to watch someone bathing for like 2 minutes? Sure, I got you. And you how many times have you seen your dog pee?
A lot?
Yeah. You want to put that on video near and use it as your wallpaper?
No, not
I mean,
what
really.
the fuck?
I mean, what's that? Outdoor pee humiliation video? Is that what it is? On the usual Japanese, like, is it a light pole? I think it's a light pole. So you get to see some fun fetishes there, and but it's like the most of the stuff is just, oh, I'm a dog. My POV is like way low to the ground, so I can see upskirt. And if she's wearing a dress,
It's like the usual like lucky skiver. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I
it's
can see
mostly
your
like that.
skirt, I can see your panties and bra at the same time through the hole in her dress, and it's like, oh, that's cool, I guess.
Oh, lucky skibber! Wow, I
So
have never
I
seen that before.
that's why the angle of the key visuals down low, because you're a dog, haha. You gotta look down. You're a real small dog, and you like licking. Speaking of butter dog, I looked it up. You like licking? You like
Uh,
feet?
So how mentally ill is this series creator?
I don't
You think?
know. What else have they done? I don't. They've done relatively
I don't.
normalish stuff.
I looked
Think
it up at the start of this section. I don't think they've done anything else.
they've done
Yeah.
one other thing, but it's like I don't know.
That's honestly more worrying, I think.
Yeah. I will die by this
Like this
series.
this
This is my life's work.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I don't think a series has like disappointed
Wait,
me more than like this series. Like
wait. His Twitter account is like R18. Like you have to
Well,
do the
duh.
like caution or whatever to get
yeah.
through it. The fuck?
This definitely feels like a.
I mean, that series technically is with what we've seen.
It is.
The anime
Yeah,
itself
probably.
is, isn't it? Like,
Okay, so before I think mainly he's drawn hentai for or like edo dojins for 2016, 2018,
Which
2020.
ones? What series?
Ashikore JK. So I
I don't
think
know.
he
Is
foot
that original?
that sounds like a foot fetish because it's like Ashikore JK, right? And then what
That make
is
that
this?
that trails. Yeah.
What the heck is this? This sounds like some sort of weird like mommy fetish thing. And
Yeah.
From
then
this
That's
creator? No way, dude.
no way, dude.
and then there's one where I think he was part of a tankobon, or he might have created an entire tank by himself.
Do I have to pull up the site with the magic numbers? Hold on.
But yeah, I think other than that, he's just done a couple of other like rom-com kind of stuff.
That's fine. I don't see any problem with those. I guess maybe. Babu. What? Is that the one?
That sounds like the Molly fetish one.
Hold
Not
on.
gonna lie.
Babu. Tora no Ana Tokten 4P leaflet. Yeah, that's the one. Sure.
All right. Well, getting back to the Inukai series. Do you have any
There's
other
some. I
words?
mean, there's some scenes that are so funny that I just laugh at them. Like there was this one scene where there was this whole plot where the main character has to escape from Inukai they go to Nekotani's house to have a study party. Then the main character hatches a plan to like check up on his parents and his whatnot because he's been away. He's been a dog for quite some time. So there's this fun plot where uh like he orders a package from not Amazon from Inukai's phone and delivers it to his house because conveniently he's next door neighbors with Nekotani. So when Nekotani goes to get the package, he runs out and some funny dog hijinks, of the sexual kind ensue. And he gets launched over to his balcony, and Usagi, like the third girl, the bunny girl, is there at his house, and she's doing some fun things to his desk, his desk corner because apparently she's like the main character when he was a human. So see, Spy, I don't get that. What's with the desk thing? Can you explain?
The dust thing for
Does
what?
it need explanation?
Yes, because it's an important plot point in the later episode.
What do you
Wait, the
think,
dust for what?
bro?
Like the
Like
trope.
what?
Oh,
The
the
trope.
girl doing the dust thing?
Yeah, it's like, is that a strictly Japanese thing? I don't get it.
I
I've seen
don't
it. I've seen
know.
it
I
multiple
don't
times.
think it's probably not a strictly Japanese thing because it's like a desk is pretty common, right? In
I
many
wouldn't.
places in the
I
world.
wouldn't know. Like, if a girl likes a dude's desk, they do stuff to the desk. They get off on it.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's like one of those Edo Dojin like
yeah,
things.
I don't get it.
Yeah, well,
But
I
yeah,
mean
she gets
that is, but the idea, like the process is not. Like,
because they make it a plot point in the manga, but it got cut out in the anime. So I'm gonna dock the anime a point for that. Because the Usagi's been looking for the main character all this time, like restlessly, because she's worried about him. But he's a dog, so he can't do anything. So she's been looking for him, and then when she goes home, she gets sick. The famous Japanese cold where you can't move at all, and you need someone else to take care of you. She got sick from the rain, so the main character undresses her as a dog and like throws clothes on her, and then that's how Inukai and Usagi meet because she placed a tracker on him before he ran out. So that's when there's a clash between Inukai, who likes the main character as a dog, and Usagi, who likes the main character as a human, begins. Because now Usagi kind of likes the dog because it reminds him of her senpai, so she calls the dog senpai. So now they both want the dog. But yeah, going back to while I was talking about the desk, because this is a crucial point in the manga. All right, so pay attention. Instead of just like in the anime where where the dog throws clothes on her while she's like, the dog takes clothes off of her and then just throws like not wet clothes on Usagi, so she doesn't get a cold. In the manga, it's a bit more convoluted. So there's this whole thing where he does the whole, I gotta get these wet clothes off her, or she'll get sick. And then instead of throwing like a whole hamper worth of clothes on her, he only throws. He has to get her to somehow stand up so he can like throw a sweater on her. So what the main character does is he gets because he saw with the desk right earlier in his room, so he gets a box, and in her sickness and delirium, she sits up somehow and starts to have fun times with the box. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get how
Okay,
that.
well, let's put the descriptions of the different scenes aside.
So yeah, I'll make it short.
Um,
So he uses one box to get her to sit up and put a sweater on her, but then he uses two boxes to get her to stand up and put panties on her, and I'm like, I don't get how this works, but I don't know, man. I've never tried it with a box.
yeah,
This is
I
this is
think
a lot of indication to me that like doujin artists should probably just stay as such, to be honest. Just throwing it out there.
They're
Maybe that should
wilding,
be like a more
Hey man, if Shokugeki no
I'm not
Soma
saying
worked,
listen, I'm not saying
then
they shouldn't make money. I'm
it's-
just saying like, you know, maybe like more money should be found in that then.
if Tosh escaped Dojin Azkaban, come on, man, everybody else can do it.
Well, if we're gonna talk about Tosh, I still hold true that his Seto no Hana Yomi stuff is his best work. He's only degraded. He or she is only degraded over time. But yeah,
I mean, his Dojin stuff is always the best, but I mean, the
Pixiv,
other stuff.
Fantia, Twitter artists, they're on a whole they're on a new plane of existence that I've never thought possible with these kind of things. Using two boxes to dress someone, damn. I
Yeah,
never
I
saw that
mean,
coming.
part of that is probably they have to think about that sort of weird kind of setup to get eyeballs on the thing, I guess. But what do I know?
I don't know, man. But like, yeah.
But
There's
yeah,
some whack like the scenes are whack. The first couple scenes I get. Like, oh, here's a bathing scene, here's a peeing scene, ha ha ha.
yeah. I
The
mean, at the end
absurd
of
of
the
it.
day, like, there's only so many like variants on the Lucky Skebe. And for people who don't know what I'm talking about when I say Lucky Skebe, I mean, or Lucky Mutsuri or whatever it is, I mean the classic scenes in anime uh, where we have the main character kind of running into the shower while the girls are naked, or like accidentally seeing their panties or whatever, those sorts of moments. You can only make so many different variants of it before you either have to stop doing it entirely, or as you described, you have to make some very crazy scenes, right?
So at first it's like, oh, ew, it's perverted, and like whatever, it's funny, or it's ew, this is not my type of thing. But the more it goes on, the more absurd it gets, and it becomes hot. It recurves to being weird fetish to ha ha funny fetish kind of thing, if you know what I mean. It's like the more
Yeah, I
absurd it
think
goes
I
on,
think you need to stop before something changes in you.
the more absurd
I think
the
that's
more
what's
absurd it goes, the
going on here.
funnier it becomes. Like,
Haha, dude,
you
it's
can't just
funny.
laugh.
It's funny, dude. It's just funny. It's just funny that the girls want to
Yeah,
have
bro,
sex
it's
with
just
the
funny.
animal, bro. It's just funny.
Don't
It's
worry,
just a
Nier.
joke, dude.
Don't worry, Nier. It's just Inukai, because
But yeah,
Nier, you ever lick your dog's nose and suck on it?
No,
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What?
But Nier, that's what Inukai-san likes. And Nier,
Yeah,
have
that
you?
is
No.
like, dude.
How about
I don't want to talk about this show. I don't want to talk about this show. Like
Nier?
straight up.
Nier, you ever touched your dog's tail?
Like
You ever-
this show is wrong. Like this show is gross.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, this show
I
does
think you
air
mean
at
funny.
the I believe 10 p.m. like Friday or Sunday slots for pretty much every prefecture except for like Hokkaido, Fukushima, and stuff like that, which air at like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. on Fridays or something like that. It's the classic late night anime slot. Like, yeah, well, we hope kind of it'll kind of pass, kind of
Oh,
slow.
damn it. Nier, how do you feel about these scenes? Oh, Discord blocked it. Never mind.
Yeah, thank
Anyways,
God.
Toast, do you want to
Yeah.
wrap up your description of the series?
I mean,
Is
all
that-
in all,
yeah.
at first I came in disgusted, like, ew, what is this? This is weird. But over time,
I don't know
I've
if you want to finish this, bro.
I'm kind of invested in the story. Like,
Yeah, again, this is
Really?
why I said you
I
gotta
thought the
you
story
gotta
was like the
stop.
weakest point of this.
the No, I mean, I think the weird, funny, haha, itchy part is the weakest point. It's like I'm
I mean,
kind
that's
of
also really weak too. I mean, I guess that is the weakest part of it, but it's like it's all kind of weak, right? Where it's like
let me
at
say
the end of the day, like this entire thing is just a harem with three girls, right? And then he's just like, oh, you got
as
a chick.
as a man who's imbibed in a lot of content, like the more I read it, the more I'm interested in like the relationship between the main character and how he's going to try to confess his feelings to Inukai-san.
Hmm.
Also,
I mean, like
but I'm
the main character is kind of like okay,
the
from what I
main
remember,
character's not
Yeah,
really
here's the
perverted.
one issue though,
but
is
the
that
He's
heroine
a
is like
this
dog.
is
scrappy.
also never
Yeah.
gonna happen because then the whole series is over.
Yeah. Also, I feel like from let me see. Yeah, I feel no. Actually,
What's
I'm not
the
sure.
I'm
I
trying to
feel like
think
the
of
main heroine was like not very good, right? Or like in
a
terms
main
of like
heroine.
development.
Yeah, the
Like
main
other than
heroine's
like those like lucky skip moments, like the main hero was just like, yeah, I like dogs, and that is literally her entire shtick,
that's
right?
why
So
like but yeah,
like her character development wasn't very good in terms of like the actual like plot part.
I mean, do you guys want a spoiler for after this manga or after this anime?
Oh,
Because they're
dude,
not get to that
no.
point.
All right, go for it. What
There's
is
a
it?
point where well, spoilers for later. There's a point where the main character like turns back into a human,
Yeah.
and so you know, and so in order to help Inukai-san, try to become normal again, because the main character, the main heroine, she's kind of she's the cool beauty. She's not really that friendly to anyone other than dogs. So the main character tries to get her to, be more friendly with other people. So there's this weird, there's this, uh, there's this tightrope of him, attending school like normal in the morning or whatever, and then being Inukai's dog at night. So he lives a double life kind of thing. Trying to get to get his feelings towards Inukai-san and helping her in a way. So it's kind of an interesting story that I've seen before, but I'm blanking out on on what it is. Like, oh, I'm this thing on one part of the day, but also I'm a normal human on another
Yeah,
part of the day,
I mean
and
that
this is
also
how I
sounds like
interact
not
with.
very good character development. So
Yeah, I mean that's for the that's for the main heroine. Like the real character development comes with Nekotani, where
yeah,
she does.
Nekotani I remember as like the only like real good character in
I
like the
believe
entire
she
story.
was. I believe she was the first one to realize that who the main character was, and so they team
And like
up to
actually
help.
did stuff. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was not just like, oh, this is my shtick. I gotta pet the dog or whatever the fuck it
I
was.
mean, well, she hates
Uh,
dogs, so
yeah.
she becomes a dog hater too. You're all right. So
Mhm.
and,
But yeah.
and then there's the relationship between her and the main character, which I I'm always going to hope that something good happens from that because this is how it goes. Like the side character that always gets the most like cool character development, but then the main heroine always has to win. So it's unfortunate, but I still want Nekotani to win. I'm hoping, but yeah.
Anyways,
And then
I
there's
think
the jealous Kohai, which is Usagi. So whatever.
yeah, but
Good
I
for
mean
them.
the third character usually doesn't.
Yeah.
But
So
anyways,
all in all,
yeah. All in
um,
all,
I mean, the manga is way better. It's gonna be way better than the anime because I get it gets cool character development and a surprising twist in the plot. This I believe I had the same argument with I believe Bimbo Gummy a long time ago, where
yeah.
Bimbo Gummy used to be this haha funny comedy about a penniless god and this rich girl Sakura, but then it turned out after the anime ended, it turned into a full blown battle manga, and I was like, oh damn, this is actually pretty good. what do you call it?
Yeah, but like
Is this the,
statistically, like there's no real reason to wait for that sort of stuff.
yeah, that's true. This is like what happened with also Negima, right? The Negima syndrome, where Ken Akamatsu's like was told to make another like rom-com like Love Hina, but then
Mhm.
halfway through he's like, screw it, I'm gonna make a battle manga. And, it turned out really good. So I mean, I do like those kind of twists where it's something haha funny turns serious in an unexpected way, and it becomes really good.
I mean, I do too. I just think that not very many authors can actually do
But yeah,
that.
I mean, that's kind of why that's why I'm kind of, my eyes kind of glaze over on the funny hentai parts. It's like, haha, the house battle to decide with oh, here's my Airbud argument. You remember the ending of Airbud where there's the Airbud's previous owner and the little dude? They're like, whoever the dog chooses gains custody over the dog. You
Okay.
remember that part? It's like the end of the movie.
Yes.
So it's like that with the house battle between Usagi and Inukai, because
Oh.
Inukai's like, hey, that's my dog, and Usagi's like, no, I found him. He's my senpai, because she calls his dog senpai. So they have a house battle in quotes to see, whose skirt does he go under first. So and then the main character initially goes under Inukai-san's skirt. He's like, I like Inukai, so I'm gonna go over to her. But then Sagi puts the bone in her panties. Kind of looks like a wiener.
What the fuck?
So and then the main character's like, oh, a bone, oh boy. Then he goes over to Usagi. So my eyes kind of glazed over at that.
Yeah.
But when it gets to
Yeah.
the plot points, that's when I pay attention. So yeah, that's kind of why I can forgive this series, and That's why I'm gonna. That's why I'm gonna watch this the full, and why I'm keeping up with the manga.
Yeah.
So
All right. What?
all in all, what am I gonna rate it? I'm probably gonna give it a 10 out of 10. Thing.
What?
I'm docking 1 point off because we're not gonna get to the good plot point.
You're getting
So
arrested.
I can't give it. I
Today.
can't give it an
What?
11.
Excuse?
I can't give it an 11 out of 10, but I can give it a 10. I'm kind of invested in where wacky hijinks are going to
Christ on
go.
a stick, man.
Because, like I said, I've read Midori Days. This is an example of like really ancient manga trope where the main character turns into a non-human being and has to balance his life between that and being a human. So yeah. Also, the endings and openings are bangers. So what can I say? Not many people will like this, but this will forever be annexed in my rows of anime history. So I'm gonna clap for it. Good job. You made my top 100 of all time.
What the fuck did I just hear? Anyways, that was toast for Inukai-san. What is it? Fucking what is this series name? God damn it. Inukai-san. My life as Inukai-san's dog, also known as uh fuck Inu ni nattara suki na hito ni Hirowareta. Also known as, I believe, InuHiro. Yeah, InuHiro. It is done by Quad. It is an anime adaptation of a manga original. So I
And that,
guess
like, the ADs have three different versions, one for each heroine. You like Nekotani running away from a dog from super low PV in real life, because apparently there's a real life section where Nekotani's running away in the school wearing her school uniform, and the camera's set down low. It's like, oh, it's a dog chasing her. And then, oh, Usagi's in her dress, and she's walking around on a walking around. So check out those super cool versions if you like characters. I guess I don't know. This show's great. 10 out of 10. Best anime of the year. Watch it, you weirdos.
all right. Next, Tensei Oujo, please. Dark.
Wow, how dare you spoil it?
Well, a way to
Yeah, how dare you?
follow that.
You like dogs, Dark?
Yeah. You like magic? Yeah, this is a. It's hard to say because, like, right? Because this is like not an isekai, really, but they call it one. But it kind of is. It's like almost like the spiritual isekai stuff, like we were talking about in a general sense. But so yeah, the basic premise: Princess Anastasia dreamed of flying through the sky, even though the people of her kingdom consider it a silly ambition. Also, what's also at odds with her is the fact that she can't use magic even as a noble. Due to this nature, responsibility of the kingdom is passed on to her younger brother, Algerd, who's been pushed into a political marriage with Euphilia, a girl he hardly knows. He winds up rebelling against those wishes and going with some other girl that we will get to later. And of all of that, Princess Anis sort of like recrashes the party and takes Euphilia away. Like whisks her away with on a broom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So where the isekai comes into this is very, very minor. It's what do you call it? It's kind of just the setup to make Anis like the we call it like this sort of aesthetic of magic as a more whimsical property, like a witch on a broom. Like it's just basically the only real thing that I remember them calling back to as like an isekai was literally just the of a storybook that they had of like a witch on a broom. So I think it's one of those scenarios where like they regain their memories of their old life, like at like age 4.
Oh, it's
Or you
like
call
it's
it,
kind of
it's
like
not like
parallel
a
pharmacy kind of thing where it's like past a certain yeah, like after they grow a certain bit, then they're just like, oh shit. Or like the other one was Ascendance of a Bookworm, right? Because they didn't get the memory right
Bookworm
It's
was
after.
Bookworm was a little bit different. Bookworm is weird because it's kind of fucked up because it's almost like Bookworm was almost like what's her name died, and then the other person who died, who was getting isekai'd, went into her body with her memories in
Oh,
a
it's a,
when
certain
she was
way.
it's
young.
it's a
Yeah.
thing where a traumatic accident, like a traumatic event, happens to the isekai world, and then they suddenly regain memories of
Yeah.
being
But
isekai.
see,
So I guess it's more like
The way
parallel world
Bookworm was
pharmacy.
shown, yeah, because the way Bookworm was shown was like when the person died who got isekai'd, like though they died and then were isekai'd into like mine when she was like 4. Not
Mhm.
that developed like she unlocked those memories, which is like kind of
Right.
fucked up.
So it's kind of like the villainous thing where Katarina hits her head and she's like, "Oh, I remember now."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, this was very much like a I've unlocked my
My
past
Sharingan.
memories.
yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Because in order to unlock the Sharingan, a traumatic event has to happen.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm good.
I hear
Yeah,
you.
so in this series, so yeah, Anis like winds up rejecting the throne because she can't use magic, even though she would have been next in line. And so then after whisking Euphilia away, it kind of goes from one thing to another where her brother just kind of like schemes with people behind the scenes and winds up fucking everything up, essentially, and you're not really sure why, and I'm not going to spoil why, but you do. And this series winds up turning into a pretty general, like, kind of invention and what would you call it? Not inventing, but like almost an inventing type thing. But say because it's not I don't know. They don't really go through the process like it's Dr. Stone or something like that. Like it's not really that.
It's not
more
the
so
actual like magical science creation process isn't really important with
yeah,
the.
it's just
I
kind
mean,
of like a
it's
new
not like
invention of
it's
the
not.
week in a way
Yeah,
without really talking you through the process that
yeah.
much.
The trivia part is not really part of the anime's value. It's not like a
The
do it
trivia,
yourself or
I would
like
say,
an
I guess the
alchemist kind of thing.
trivia or the premise is more so covering her finding ways to use magic while being unable to
Yeah,
through
yeah,
like
yeah,
novel means more so than it is of like describing an invention.
yeah.
So that is kind of like the major part between the episodes, while also running it through with like, you know, Philia, sort of like light Yuri elements with both of them kind of going over what they live for in a sense. And Euphilia feeling like she kind of has nothing initially after.
You talking light Yuri as in like licorice recoil light Yuri or like Sakura the Trick kind of quote unquote light Yuri.
I mean, it's like it's pretty heavy-handed in some ways, but there's no like in the beginning at least, like or at least between the two of them, it's not like they're like kissing or anything like that. But it is,
They're just blushing.
yeah. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
Annie says that she wants to marry Euphilia. There's like
Ah,
stuff
okay,
like
okay.
that, but it's not like, you
Yeah.
know,
But it's like a light
there's
kind of
no like
thing.
age scenes or anything like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the slightly heavier stuff gets into it, which is pretty pog, but the maid and the vampire girl later on, where the maid lets her have her blood.
Oh, so there are like multiple pairings in the
Yeah,
series.
so
Okay.
far it was like
Classic Yuri.
that girl
Yep.
shows up. Not gonna spoil how or who it is, because that's kind of a big plot point. But you know, she shows up and that kind of kicks off with the maid as like a duo there, which is pretty interesting and pretty fun with their interactions. I hope there's more of that. But the weird thing I think that this series does is it kind of has like, because it has like the brother doing stuff, and then like at episode 8 it like the grand reveal happens where it's like why essentially, and like what he had
Yeah.
been doing. But prior to that, it was pretty much only about Anis inventing shit. And then there was an episode where she had to justify taking like all monster parts from a dragon. And they were like, oh, she's doing it because, like, to a noble presentation, they were just saying, oh, yeah, she's doing it because she's making these flying machines with the parts, and the parts are integral. And like, flying machines, not like a broom, but like a full seated flying machine. They were like,
Okay.
"Oh wow, okay, that's crazy." But I'm just like, "Okay, so is that like not happening anymore?" That's the one thing that I'm not really clear on. Is like if that's even a thing, because I thought that this was going to kind of go that route of not
Do you think it
political, but
was
like
gonna be
economic intrigue, like economic and political intrigue, almost like Bookworm in that sense of being like
statecraft, but focusing on the actual economy kind of stuff instead of
not
just
even
like
really, yeah,
Game of
yeah,
Thrones.
like basically more so a more statecraft involved Bookworm
Yeah.
in that sense where you know now you're wrapped into this life where it's like if you want to make a cool invention do this, you have to sort of appease these nobles, which is not going to be an easy goal for you.
Yeah.
So but that's not where it went. It turned out to be way more actiony. Like okay, and the animations are good, so
Yeah, it's
that's
Dio Media
cool.
Studios main, right? And Dio Media Studio always is a pretty
Yeah.
solid pick for most things. Um is so does it it's not there's an overarching plot over the 12 episodes, right? That's going to start climaxing in episodes 8
See,
through
that's the
11, I want
thing
to say,
is
right?
no. The kind
It's
of the
not.
climax was what happened in episode 9. And now I'm just kind of like,
Okay.
where do we go from here? Or rather, it felt like it felt like the series was setting us more up for because like Euphilia has had some development and it like all the characters have had decent development, but it kind of hasn't been leading towards the
Anything?
major blow up in episode 9, that like episode 8, that like kind of came out of left field in a sense.
Or
you
it
could
wasn't.
get that
It didn't
things were
seem like
going
it was
on, but
ready
it
to
was
resolve it.
yeah, it didn't seem like it was ready to go that extreme, and then like it
Right.
resolves it in a fine way. But then like episode 9 ends, and I'm like, okay, that was like kind of major. So like, what are you gonna do for 3 more episodes? Like, what are you about to introduce and end these 3 episodes? Which is what I'm like kind of concerned about. So I hope it's way more
Yeah.
focused on like character development and like pure character interactions in the final episodes, because a lot of the
The issue
earlier
is they
episodes
can't do an
were
after story. They can't do an after story in 3 episodes. Like if it was like one episode that was almost like a umake like bonus kind of thing, that they could do it. But you can't do like an entire like, yeah, it's over. We're
well,
just
the
gonna
thing
do
is,
more
the
episodes.
weird part is that like while I said it was a climax and stuff, it's like it really doesn't need an after story, because it's like there's still shit to do. Like there's stuff for like Annie's
Okay.
has to deal with the throne, she has to deal with, nobles, she has to deal with her inventions. It's not like everything stopped, but at the same time it's like something major just happened, at episode 8 and resolved episode 9. And so it's like, okay, so you just did that, but then like what are you about to do for 3 episodes? Because like it's not like you can start like a statecraft arc.
For episodes 2 through 7, it was mini arc. It wasn't even mini arcs. Was it episodic? It
Yeah, so
wasn't.
it was like, well, it was mini arcs in a way, because there
Okay,
was
it
there
was.
was one arc. Yeah, there were 2 arcs. There was like a dragon arc, there was the vampire girl arc, and like all the
Okay.
meanwhile, like the sort of underpinnings was like, why is like her brother wrapped up in a lot of this stuff like that, and like how does this kind of all come together?
So I haven't read the light novel, but my guess is probably they'll have like a sort of supplemental arc where it's like the arc will quote unquote be supposed to have a bigger enemy or like a more secret enemy, or not a secret enemy, but it's like some a bigger hurdle than just Prince Algard or like whatever her brother or whatever, right?
Well,
But then
he's,
it still involves her
that
brother.
it ain't that anymore. Not to get too spoilery, but that he's kind of out of the picture.
Okay, that's gonna
Dark.
be weird.
It's
I don't
it's
know.
because part of this is a villainous isekai. Like, oh, the exiled villainous, blah blah blah. So
Right,
kind
but
of
then they
need
have
kind
their
of
own
need a
structure to
prince
fall
who's
back
like
on.
who's you kind of need the idiot prince, and
No,
that's
I
what
mean,
the brother has to do. So
well, I mean, the
you
brother's
might
not an
not
idiot. He's like a schemer, but
like
and I think,
idiot
and
in
no, I
quotes
think
where
that's
you need.
fine. But again,
They just have
it's
3
the issue is
episodes.
that it's like
They just have
his
3
Yeah,
arc is
it's
episodes.
done. So now it's
yeah.
just there's 3 episodes here, and I'm like,
That's gonna be weird.
okay.
I'm actually more interested too.
It's
Like,
like it was
I'm
kind of
actually more
weird to
interested
me.
to
It
see
was kind of
those.
weird. It was like, okay, so like we knew the brother was like doing stuff, and we got a little bit of him, but like if this is where it was, like if where it goes, I was like, okay, we probably should have had way more of this. Like,
Probably,
Right.
but it's
it
like, oh, we only
seemed
got 12 episodes. We got to do it now.
okay. So you are caught up on this essentially, though. It's like read on this and everything.
I mean, you took this from me, my man. Of course I
Oh
am.
well, either way. But yeah, so like that, like again, I thought the brother stuff was really cool, but I really thought that the series itself probably should have had a bit more focus on him throughout. Like, I feel like they kind of neglected him in way too often for what they eventually did. So that was a bit unfortunate.
Kind
But
of.
I think it overall is still really good. It's just very strange to see where they're going.
Kind of when, like, the idiot prince who exiled the villainous gets their comeuppance. That's when they're trying to wrap up the story somehow. Like, especially for this is only 12 episodes, right?
I believe
So
so.
you have to make the idiot prince the main villain in quotes in order to wrap up whatever and like whatever
Who's the
this is
scriptwriter for this?
before they go into like another plot. So I mean, I guess that's why they have to end it here. And like this is a good stopping point before you go into a season 2. Like everything's wrapped up before the new evil emerges. So
Yeah, that's true. I guess what they'll do
I
is they'll
get it.
probably introduce the quote unquote new evil over the next like 3 episodes, and then
If there's a season 2, otherwise,
I mean I feel like even if there's not a season 2, like that's what they're gonna run with. They're gonna run with
Yeah.
like
Bruh,
this
the
setup, and then
Yeah.
you know.
the script the series composition slash like general like script writer storyboarder is is it's Wataru Watari. By the way, do
I do
you
not
recognize
know
that
who
name?
that is.
That is the original the original creator as well as the
Oh, wait, wait,
scriptwriter
wait.
for
Yeah, yeah.
Oragairu, My
Yeah.
Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu, as well as the Saint's Magical Powers Omnipotent. So you got fucked essentially.
I think you mean girlish number.
Yes, also girlish number, as
Ugh.
well as some domestic kanajo, as well as some parallel world pharmacy stuff. But parallel world pharmacy was a pretty straightforward episode. He didn't really have much to work. But yeah, you I think got fucked in terms of the script.
Wait,
I don't
so let
know
me
what.
think. How many series is that? That's like we named like 4, and Girlish Number is like the only one I find tolerable. That's crazy. All right,
Yeah,
well,
that's crazy.
well, hey man, there's always room for one more to add one more to the list, you know, of tolerability.
Maybe one of these could succeed? Question
Yeah,
mark.
like, well, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of them succeeded. It's just not for me.
It's Yeah, it's kind of fortunate because it seems like the original material is like fine, but like something happened with the script where now you just have 3 episodes left. Good
Yeah.
luck.
Again, it's like it can definitely work if essentially like the point is to set up for a season 2, but it's like, you
Yeah.
know, it's also going to kind of suck if there's no season 2. And
Mhm.
this series definitely felt like probably needed more than 12 episodes then.
That's all you
Yeah.
can say for a lot of light novel stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to there is definitely art and difficulty to timing or packing in proper light novel chapters and arcs into a series, and it's doubly so when the story is based upon mini arcs or an overarching plot, and it's not an episodic thing. Hence, why also a lot of the novels that are getting adapted cheaply on the side, right, or from the web novel, sorry, from Shosetsu, are not huge, grand epics. They're like the farming isekais, right? That are just episodic, just episode by episode by episode by episode. Um, and it is kind of unfortunate that it's at this weird turning point. Hopefully, obviously, we're gonna see that the scriptwriter and the material that's presented in the next 3 episodes is going to be a close, good kind of closing out of the series, but it is a little bit uncertain for sure.
Yeah, I think the optimal one way to do it would have been, or well, I mean it's still possible, is less so than like introducing a new villain, more so like having a mini arc into a sort of like character growth resolution sort of thing between the two mains. Like I think
Yeah.
just that is really more than enough to like wrap it up. But I think trying to do more is gonna be sort of like bite them if they try and
Yeah.
do like way
Yeah,
more.
this is troubling because the director, Shingo Tamaki, or Tamaki Shingo rather, the only other 2 series that he's directed, one is Aho Girl.
Oh
a-
man, I love
and
Aho
the
Girl.
Yeah.
and the next one and the other one is a 50 episode basketball series, Ahiro no Sora. So
Really, Ahiro no Sora? Oh,
Dude, he did the storyboard for the Boruto movie though.
yeah, bro. Oh, Jesus.
was Ahiro no Sora better than Kuroko no Basuke?
There's no way it was better than Come on, man, it's Kuroko no Basket. Um, but yeah, any other things you want to? Any last
Who's your
words?
favorite character, Dark?
I like Tilty. I like her. I like the witch doctor character or whatever you want to call her.
The Curse Girl? Yeah,
Yeah, the
everyone likes her.
curse researcher. Yeah, she's the best character. But yeah,
Damn,
so audio visuals are really solid. I should
why
probably
do
say
people
that.
like goth girls so much?
Ask Near.
Yeah, why do you
Near,
like
do you have
goth
an
girls
answer
so
for
much?
us?
Do I really need to answer that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, man. Come on.
The answer should be obvious.
Is Saber a goth girl?
No.
What about Saber Alter?
Yeah, what do I say we're all there?
Yeah, near.
A little bit. A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Wait, what's your actual? This is just a real, very quick, just lightning round kind of thing. What's your favorite version of Saber? What's your?
Red
s-
Saber.
Fuck no.
Wait,
That's
what?
mine.
Just Saber. Like
Just
just
the
straight
regular?
up.
Okay, yeah, okay, okay.
No,
okay.
not Lily.
No,
I was just
dude.
curious.
What about Bikini Saber?
She can't swim, first of all.
What?
But yeah, she's alright.
First of
Okay.
all, I mean, you could get more specific, and it's probably regular Saber in
Yeah,
the
with
suit.
With the big cape.
Oh, with the
Oh,
big cape.
I like the
Okay,
big
third
cape.
Ascension
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Oh, not the one in Rin's old clothes eating a hamburger? Damn.
I mean that one's good too. I mean all Sabers are good, let's be honest. But you know.
All right. Anyways,
Mine's red. Not Saber of Red. It's Red Saber. There's a difference.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, Dark. Yeah, audio visuals again. Dio Media,
Yeah,
very
audio
solid
visual
studio.
is very, very good. OPED's okay. Nothing really stand out in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite arc? Mine's the dragon.
Favorite
For
arc?
obvious reasons.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
dragon. I mean, because again, it's like, you know, a show like this, like fighting big monster and then making thing out of it is kind of
Hell yeah,
what I
my dude.
wanted more than anything. And it was like, once we get to the other stuff, I'm like, yeah, like it's fine, it's good, but fight another big monster and do something weird. Like, what I'm here for. I'm here to watch you make magical items, not like anything else really.
By the way, the art director also was the art director for Luminous Witches, for Parallel World Pharmacy, and for Pretty Boy Detective Club. So he's got a pretty decent track record.
Yes. Pretty
And his second
boys.
season of Cells at Work as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So overall, I would say definitely worth it. Definitely worth a peek. I would say you're gonna be in for disappointment if you want like a hard Yuri series, because this is not that. I mean, it's
Yeah,
Yuri.
a
but
lot
it's
of
not
people
like,
were kind of like, "Oh my god, Yuri series!" like on Twitter when this was announced. But I felt like it was not gonna be that. Like,
yeah, like
know
it's
what I mean?
fine. It's just that, they're not fucking tongue kissing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
it's a means to an end. It's like it's fine. It's not Valkyrie Drive, I guess.
It wasn't
That's
the
the one
false
right
Accordion
where
trick.
was
Or
Val.
or that one, the Nanatsu no Taizai Sin or whatever it is, right?
I don't remember
The
kiss. I don't remember kissing being a main thing in that one. No.
no, not like the shonen like action Nanatsu no Taizai. There was another series called
Oh,
Nanatsu no
that one.
Taizai with like all like the weird like booby demons, and then like the main girl was like the nun girl that like
Oh.
kissed or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That was also called Nanatsu no Taizai, and it's really freaking hard to find it on Google because like it's like
Yeah.
technically it's the same name, but then like at the end it has like sin or whatever it is. That's the only
Yeah, I'm
difference.
pretty sure that series was made like specifically to sell figures.
Yeah, it's like Valkyrie Drive, as Toast said.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
who was it? Who was
Or
it who made the figurines? It was
or like
it was
Ikitosen or Bikini Warriors or whatever.
exactly.
Yeah.
High School of the Dead. Anyways, so I guess if that's it, what would you rate it? I know Toast wants to answer that question, or Toast wants you to
I
answer
would
that
give
question.
it for like a real score, not like an. I mean, it's an IGN 10, right? But it's a real score of probably like a 7, something like that.
Is it the best
38.
isekai you've ever seen, Dark?
No.
I know that's
No, I think this is
that's
probably
higher.
this is definitely like one of the weaker things I've
Yeah.
covered, I feel, this season. It's still good though, which again,
Yeah.
has led to this season being way better than I initially anticipated.
What's it better and worse than?
I would say it is. A good
You
question.
covered Slime Tensei, right? That was you,
Yeah,
right?
I did cover Slime
Yeah.
Tensei. It's not better than Slime Tensei.
Fair.
It's also probably not. I mean, it's also, in my opinion, not better than campfire cooking. If I'm gonna be real with you, I know that's like a weird thing to say, but at the same time, it's like campfire
one?
cooking sets itself up.
I mean, yeah.
Hold on,
I
which
think
one?
from your
There's-
Season one,
I can understand it.
the one with Fell.
Isekai Campfire. Yeah, okay, that's also
Yeah,
fair
Isekai Campfire,
because
like that tells you exactly what it's gonna be, and then it just kind of goes. Whereas this is like, the mini arcs. It's like you have a good one, and then you gotta, not so entertaining. So consistency
All right.
better.
it's definitely better than what did I watch? What did I watch? The other one.
The Lily or whatever it was.
The one with the Hyrule Menace.
What? I don't know which one that was.
Reborn to Master the Blade. I get, yeah, that's what it's
Oh,
called.
yeah.
okay.
I was gonna
AUO,
say,
Definitely.
it's probably better than that, right?
It's
Like,
definitely better than what I watched. Yeah,
I
even
mean,
though that's
honestly, like
also
as
good.
much, I had a little bit of fun watching 80,000 coins, but I'd say this is better than that too.
Speaking of 80,000 coins, you ready for the potion one? You want the potion one? I'll give you the potion one. Same author, but instead of she can teleport. She can make game-breaking potions.
But yeah. I think that was I guess if that's it for you Dark. Again, that was Tensei.
So
So
third best isekai this season, huh?
yeah.
All right.
This is Magical Revolution of the Reincarnated Princess. It's a light novel original, I believe.
It
It's not a
is.
web. Yeah, it's a light novel original. Tensei Oujo to Tensai Reijou no Mahou Kakumei, also known as TenTen in Japanese community, abbreviated. Done by Dio Media, again, very solid animation studio, and they had a pretty pretty good art director. Director, scriptwriter slash storyboarder, a little bit suspect, I think, but it's overall pretty decent package. So check it out. And I guess we'll be going over for mine because we definitely want to save Nier's series for last year. But I have Kaina of the Great Snow Sea. This Ooyukiumi no Kaina. So this is based off a manga published in 2022, I believe, by Nihei Tsutomu. If you don't know what that name is, some of these titles might jog your memory. Ajin, Sidonia no Kishi or Knights of Sidonia, Blame. These are all series that were previously made by Nihei Tsutomu. He also has a kind of like cyberpunk kind of general theme ish in a lot of his other shorter works. He worked with this series in particular was adapted by Polygon Pictures, and if you guys don't know what that studio is, it was a studio founded in 1983. Their main focus is on making 3D CGI stuff, mainly for Pachinko, but they've also helped with Pacific Rim animated stuff for Godzilla animated stuff. Made a lot of the made a lot of those movies. For instance, Godzilla the Planet Eater. They did some Transformers animated stuff, and they did receive a couple awards for those. But essentially, they are celebrating their 40th anniversary celebration, or 40th. They are celebrating the 40th anniversary this year with with this project by doing animating this, and they obviously got probably the safest pick, right? They worked with Polygon Pictures worked with this guy on Ajin, on Blame, on Knights of Sidonia, and they were all kind of major works for Polygon Pictures, and they were like, might as well, right? And in contracting and a lot of these like project things, it's kind of who you know, not uh, and what ideas you can pull from them to get new project ideas up to the public production committees to start up the anime. And so, I think this was a very stable choice for them. This was a very obvious choice for them. And they pretty much combined. They pretty much got the old team up again. All the people that previously worked on stuff like Ajin, like Blame, like Knights of Sidonia, all the standard Polygon Pictures veterans that worked on Godzilla. Some people that worked on some other stuff from outside the studio, like Juni Tyson. They kind of gathered them up. Most of the people in the production staff and the animation audiovisual staff are pretty much veterans. Couple of exceptions, but most of them at least have like 5-7+ years of experience each. But yeah, so pretty much all of them are Polygon Pictures veterans, have worked on all their major works, so on. I would say maybe the only kind of newbie is like Misaki Umase working on the music. She worked on uh, some of the newest Precure sequence stuff. But yeah, some standouts I would say probably is the what is it? The art director who did background art for Lupin III, Carnival of Phantasm, Crayon Shinchan Doraemon movies, Anthem of the Heart, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal and Dark Side of the Dimensions, stuff like that. One of the outsiders here, as well as animation character design, Kyoko Kotani, a lot of big veteran, worked on anything from Bakuto Test to like Kuroko no Basket stuff. And there was also the background designer who under Matsumoto Yoshikatsu, who worked with Polygon Pictures. He did Kyoani background art during the best works such as Kana, Keion, Nichijou, so on. Did background art for a bunch of different series under while being contracted under Anime Workshop Basara, for instance, Angel Beats, Harui, so on. He did background art for Kimi no Nawa. He's just like super good, and this art direction and the background art you can see the effects of in the you can definitely see the effects of in the anime. Just the sort of ethereal, the large, grandiose backgrounds are all very beautifully rendered and pretty well modeled. So, Slate said, "Is it strange to enjoy this anime more than the new Trigun anime?" Well, I think it depends on what you want, what you were expecting from each series. Is sort of maybe how I would politically put it. Obviously, we'll maybe be talking about the stuff. We'll be talking about comparisons in a bit, but yeah, again, most people just the solid Polygon Pictures team coming in through the door. Oh, as well as we can't forget main theme composition done by the OST rather is done by the none other than Hiroyuki Sawano, right?
Never heard
And
of
if you
him.
don't know,
Wowie.
if you don't know who that name is, you should exit this podcast right now. I don't know what else to say. I don't mean to be rude, but
I love El Noah Zero.
yeah, that's
Name one.
actually his most famous series, bro.
Name one recent thing they did's fire. You get one chance.
86, right? Is probably
Wrong.
his most recent one.
Wrong. Gundam Unicorn.
Gundam
And
You
narrative.
just said recent, right?
Yeah, I don't know what year you're living in, bro, but
You also forgot a One Piece film Red.
Yeah, he also did One Piece film, right? I apologize. Obviously, again, he's known for Attack on Titan, Blue Exorcist, Guilty Crown, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Kill la Kill, Nanatsu no Taizai, Thunderbolt Fantasy, of course, we can't forget that
of
one.
course.
86, Outdoor Zero, just down the line, one of the most famous anime OST composers of all time.
Here, who do you think would win in a fight? Hiroyuki Sawano or Kenji Kawai?
Fuck, that's
Holy shit, bro.
Shit, bro. Oh, I'm already like, oh shit.
I'd probably go
You
with
know what?
Kenji
Let's
Kawai.
throw. Oh, what about? Okay. What if we throw in
Yeah.
Hideyuki Fukasawa to the mix?
What has he done recently?
Orient
Suki,
and Tokyo 27
Mahou
Core. I didn't find
no
Orient
Yoru.
that good.
Fate Unlimited Blade Works.
He did the
Akuno
new.
Hana.
He did
Vivid
the
Red?
new Tsukihime stuff.
Yeah, Tsukihime, dude.
Tsukihime remake, sorry.
I'd probably still go with I'd probably still go with Kenji Kawai.
Yeah, Kenji Kai is too much of a classic. Like it's so hard.
You
His-
really like
his
that Emiya theme, huh,
discography.
Nier?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Anyways, obviously
So
this.
how's the animation Spire? Might as well go there because
Yeah, yeah,
Slade compared it to Trigun, and this is
yeah,
also
yeah,
CG, is it not?
yeah. It's entirely CG, and so I want to preface this by saying again, you know, Polygon Pictures was very aware, for the 40th anniversary, they brought in the heat. They brought the heat. They brought in all the good people. Like, none of these people are like sketchy, like, oh, they did some weird series that was like not very good. All of these are veterans doing great work on great series. Um, the animation, the standard animation when they're just walking around and talking and stuff like that is relatively standard 3D kind of CGI, kind of slow walking around, like semi kind of robotic kind of animation that you would see in a standard 3D CGI focused anime these days, right?
So but what about Trigun? That's the same because it's gonna be compared to Trigun for CG.
Yeah. So, and also the effects, such as like snow, are very basic. Like when you see the snow kind of coming in, you know how obviously a lot of times when snow is modeled or like drawn in art, it kind of sprays, right? You see kind of spray or almost like particle effects. You see, if you do like online like fluid simulators of like oil or like bubbles or like whatever, you have these like little circles just kind of like all gathering up and gooping around. That's kind of the effect that the snow has in the anime, and it's like weird. And then sometimes the snow doesn't fall during scenes. um but so that's kind of when it's just basic. It's kind of like very standard level in terms of, oh, this is like just another 3D anime. But when it's doing specific actions like a comedic slap or it has battle scenes, it suddenly becomes very fluid. So they put pretty much their backs into making sure that at least those battle scenes, those scenes that are like super important, would get the attention that it deserved. And I think that's fine. And overall, I do think the animation, 3D animation, is quite good for a series that was done in 3D, but there's still something missing because it is entirely made in 3D. And I think what I kind of noticed was during the action scenes, right? For instance, like a sword fight between two people. There's like close ups of the faces, and then they clash with the swords, and then they kind of pause, and then they suddenly swing the sword upwards, and then there's the kind of the sword. The opponent has the evil guy has like the slight like slit of like blood that appears, right? Because the guy like slashed his cheek or whatever, right? So
At least it looks
the,
better than Kagaster of an insect cage.
yeah.
That was like I kind of like that manga, but it doesn't look that good.
So
Slightly better than what is it? X Arm at least.
yeah, I mean, X arm is not a very high hurdle, but what I kind of realized was that in 3D, you always have this exact same art style that's continuing throughout the entire scene, right? Whether it's like you can add like speed lines and like have close-ups and like change the camera angles, right? But the art style never changes in 3D, right?
I
Or at
mean,
least with the current technology.
that's
Whereas
definitely a limitation of current CG.
yeah, exactly. I wanted to make a note again. Thanks. Where it was like, with current technology, there's not much. You can't really modulate the art style. Whereas in 2D, with specific like pacing and like slapstick comedy versus action scenes versus whatever, there's always an actual variance in art styles. And because it doesn't capture that, I think it was still a little bit behind. But I think I would be a little bit remiss to be like, oh, that's Polygon Pictures' fault for, blah, blah, blah. Well, they're a 3D studio. What are you going to do? So I think within the realm of 3D, it is still quite good. And it's a good step forward for the current uh, progress of the Japanese anime industry in trying to adapt more consistent 3D engines and processes. But I do think still that there is a little bit something missing that 2D covers well and that 3D kind of still fails to cover. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but I can't really
Why
fault Polygon Pictures for that.
can't Studio Orange just steal all these fake 3D companies and
Take all these
just
contracts.
and be like, hey, Studio, you want CG? Studio Orange will take all of them. They can monopolize the CG industry because they're at the top of their game. So why not?
Gotta just be yeah, gotta
They're
just like
not
make
good
their own
enough
like
yet.
production IG kind of mega company. Yeah. That's sort of what I think about 3D in general. It's like okay. I mean, it's okay. It's standard in the regular scenes. It's quite good and it's fluid in the battle scenes. Overall, pretty decent. But
What's your
again,
favorite
it's
fight scene?
there's this one between the one of the like main sort of opposing opponent like knight girls, and then one of the kind of like captains of
A
the
Black Knight?
yeah, the black knight versus like the blue haired like soldier kind of dude. That was quite smooth and very well done. But again, that was part of like when the close-ups happen and like the blood on the cheek and stuff like that. I was like, oh, this would have been done differently. 2D is sort of like what I kind of realized. Um, BGM is obviously good. It's Hiroyuki-san. If even if I didn't think the BGM was that good, if I said that, I think
You'd be a
people would kill
liar.
me. Yeah, well, people will lynch me the next day. I think Nier would lynch me the next day. So, BGM is good. It's a good mix of synth for like ethereal and kind of like threatening aura background scenes. But it kind of transitions into stuff like a lot of acoustic guitar and kind of some kind of snappy BGMs for action scenes. Very good contrast. Obviously, the I do really like this premise that Nihei Tsutomu sets out for having essentially two worlds split apart by the height and camp. So essentially, the story is you have this sort of world, and the bottom world on the ground is just like a great snow sea. It's just like snow freaking everywhere, and um, people have to live on that land and just kind of um, get the water where they can. But water is a scarce resource that's falling short, falling uh, or decreasing by like every day. Yeah, Hiroki-san did do the BGM for this, and there are two countries, two nations on the Snow Sea that are fighting the Atland and the Valgans, or whatever they're called. So the Valgans are essentially the evil, like empire, aggressive empire, and the Atlands is the usual, like, oh, we're the nice, peaceful kingdom that's being threatened, or whatever it is. And they're fighting and they do their statecraft, whatever. Um, and on the top, and so there's this tree that sets itself within the snow sea, and goes all the way to the top. And these trees at the very tops, the canopies, are kind of filled. There's this like sort of glass layer, and there are people living on top of these canopies. So these canopies have these villages, but a lot of these villages also died out as the water also ran out on the top level as well. And there's only one village left at the beginning of the story, and that's where the main character lives. But then he meets the princess of Atland, one of the nations, the good nation from the bottom land, the Snow Sea, while she's kind of like being embroiled in conflict or whatever. She escapes through the canopy. The princess meets the main character, Kaina, and then they both kind of, scoot on back down to the ground level to help resolve the conflict, or to help return the princess back to her nation, and help kind of find out what's going on down under and whether they can resolve the problem of nobody having any water and stuff like that. So, and then afterwards, it kind of devolves into like a kind of strange mix of, not a strange mix, but a general standard mix of a shitty statecraft, kind of, Japanese people trying to write statecraft in their usual shitty way, where it's like the good kingdom is fighting the evil empire, and they're conflicting and doing whatever stuff like that. And then 2 is the other one where they're trying to find out more about the world and why there's no water and what the trees are doing, and you know how it, is there anything underneath the trees where the roots are, or somewhere up top, or is there something about these like bugs that are always flying around these trees where you know where we can use the water or something like that? So the second part of it is trying to find the secrets of the world. And then there's like a very light, like romantic subplot that's not very done very well. The princess looks at the main character and then they blush and all that bullshit. That's not very good. Anyways, um, the water thing is not very important. It could be, it could be fire, it could be mana, it could be anything. It's not that important what exactly the scarce supply is. The writing of the author and the scriptwriters both show the quality of the writing of the good side characters, quote unquote, and slash like the main characters. They're pretty organic with regards to like interacting with each other and being like, oh, you should do this because I feel that way, and then I'll respond like this. That's good. But then the sort of evil opposing side, like with the Volgan villain side and stuff like that, are very flat and not developed very well. And what I will kind of say is, and I kind of started thinking about what it means to have an evil character, a good evil character, ever since, um, I want to say, you know, when I watch people react to the Marvel Cinematic Universe Infinity War arc, right? As well as, real life events from 2015, 2016 onwards ish, right? And I kept thinking to myself, what makes a good evil person, right? Or like what makes a person like what makes a viewer from the outside really go like, wow, that person is evil. Oh god, like maddeningly kind of. Instead of just being like, whatever, another kind of flat villain. And I feel like um they don't have an evil person doesn't have to have great morality. They can just be evil and do evil stuff, right? It doesn't have to be like how, in my opinion, like Thanos wasn't a very good villain because it was like, oh, I have gray morality, and that was sort of like his entire shtick, and like I wasn't very impressed by that. Um,
Not to sidetrack
even
too much, I feel like a lot of people did say that, but I feel like I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but I feel like with Thanos, the more compelling part is that it was like,
the daughter.
no, it's like he's like, I have
No?
gray morality, and then you're like, but you don't though, because you kill entire planets, and then you're like, well, you kill half of planets, which is still bad, but you just think it's gray because you're fucking insane.
Oh, so you think the depth or not the value comes in from just the conflict between the heroes and Thanos, and not Thanos's introspection, is what you're saying.
Well, because it's like
Like you don't think Thanos'
Thanos
introspection is
has
not
like
important.
introspection. I think that's fine,
Hmm.
but I feel like when people are like, "Oh, Thanos has gray morality," I've always been like, no, he doesn't. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I
he's
mean, I
trying
think
to
the
justify
reason,
what he's
yeah,
doing, but it's like,
I think the reason most people find a villain like Thanos compelling is because when he speaks about his motives, when he goes on about, why the the ends justify the means, et cetera, like he truly believes that.
Mm.
And
yeah, it's
whether
more so than like
it,
us believing
yeah,
it's gray.
it's not that it's not
He,
that Thanos is out here trying to convince everyone else. It's that, he has fed this lie to
He's
himself for so
resigned.
long.
He's resigned to his decisions.
Yeah, like
yeah,
he has to
Okay,
believe
that's fair.
that,
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
if he ever thinks otherwise, then
His brain will blow up. Yeah,
he will truly realize that he is just evil, right?
yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
yeah.
he is just doing evil things, for
That's
really
I
no
think
good
that's a good
reason.
interpretation. Yeah.
Um, Obviously, there are certain people out there that are like, no, actually Thanos is good. But you know,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good interpret. I think that's also a good thing then. So I think then maybe that wasn't maybe the Thanos thing wasn't a very good example, but what I kind of thought from my experiences from again the real life stuff as well as from other like kind of series where they're like oh great morality whatever. I don't think evil people don't necessarily need to be super organic and have great morality. They can be just like evil and just be selfish, but they need to have a very like obvious and like maddening self-interest. Like it's so obvious like where their self-interest that they're self-interested. And also like I think what's important that I realize is that evil people spend 10% of the time doing evil stuff and 90% of the time explaining to other people why that like what they're doing is fine or lying about it. You know what I mean? So
Is
I think
eating meat
that's
gray morality, Spire?
well, you could call me the greatest of moralists. But but I think in this series the villains are just kind of going around and they're just like, haha, I'm killing people because I'm angry. And that's a very like green eggs and ham way of
The Lorax? Why green
describe.
lanterns at ham? Lorax is the one about cutting trees, right? Isn't that gray
yes,
morality?
yes.
Yes. It's a very green eggs and ham way of dealing with evil people in literature. And I kind of wish that the author plus the scriptwriter kind of tried a little bit harder on that, but it's unfortunately not the case. So I think kind of half of it falls quite flat. And that also has an impact on um the balance of the story. So I mentioned before that it was trying to balance between the very small, like 10%, 10%, 50%, 20%, like romantic subplot that's like very out of the way. And then the 40 to 50% of it is the two nations conflicting statecraft. And another 40, 50, like I want to say 35 to 50%, 45% of it is like finding out the secret of the world. In my opinion, the secret of the world plot part of it is the important part because it's just like why is all the water running out, oh what's all this like eerie tree and snow sea about, like that's the entire sort of general appeal of the anime, right? So I think they should have focused on that and then and have the MCs do a little bit more of like the traveling kind of thing while having the whole conflict between the two countries be sort of like tag along. But the series seems to focus a little bit more on the statecraft and the conflict between the two countries. And my guess is because that sort of statecraft is much easier to write about. Like, Made in Abyss is much harder to write about than just like, you know, Game of Thrones Redux number 50, right?
Yeah.
So I think unfortunately the author and or the script writers
Well, Made in Abyss, I
ended up
also hear has a lot of gray morality too, right?
And it has
Yeah, the gray morality of
yeah.
throwing children into death
Yeah,
elevators.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and doing experiments exactly. As their father,
It's
but
it's just another way of a. It's just another Thunderdome if you think about it. Two may enter, one may leave.
or none may leave in the case of Made in Abyss.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the author, unfortunately, consciously or subconsciously, found the statecraft easier to write, and it kind of ended up focusing around that, and has kind of minimized the whole finding the secret of the world part of it. And I think that was unfortunate because I think the attraction of this series is the secret of the world part. It's the ethereal trees, the giant bugs, the whole snow sea, the canopy. What's all this about? And the show does a very good job when it's actually focusing on that sort of on those sorts of aspects and showing actions that happen, things that happen in response to the main characters exploring the world instead of just talking about it, which it's a good habit, right? One of the rules of literature, show not tell, right? And it does a good job of that. But again, it doesn't focus on that part as much as it does the whole like state warring states kind of thing. So it's a little bit unfortunate. The opposing characters, the Volgun characters, the aggressive Empire characters aren't very convincing. They're not very organic. Um, what else is there?
Fire, what's your favorite movie?
My favorite movie?
What's your favorite Kevin Costner movie?
My favorite Kevin Costner movie?
Yeah.
I feel like I don't have a favorite Kevin Costner movie, but
What? I mean,
I don't remember
it's
movies
the one
by.
that's the one that's the most seen attraction at Disneyland.
I don't even
Or
remember.
not Disneyland, Universal Studios, my bad.
If I had to say, oh, Field of Dreams. Wait, was he?
No?
Yeah.
Oh, Spire, that's the wrong answer.
What is it?
The
What's the
correct
right
answer
answer?
is Waterworld.
I mean, Waterworld is also very good. It's like,
Because like, so Spire, who would win in a fight?
Waterworld or Kaina? Is that the
Because-
question you're asking?
Wait, sure, yeah, sure.
I think Waterworld would definitely win.
Okay,
I think Waterworld would definitely win.
I'm pretty sure Kevin Costner's movie cost more than this anime.
Yeah, I think Kevin Costner's movie costs more than most animes.
I mean,
But
the point I was trying to make was why you keep watching these types of series, Spire? Didn't you also watch Children of the Whale? Wasn't that also a
I think that
Waterworld
was
like?
near.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
was
watched
that you?
that one.
Yeah.
Spire, why do you like
I
Waterworld?
think I watched like Drifting Dragons and like one other like random stuff that was like the world stuff like that. But first
You
up,
watched what was that mech
Andreed or
one?
whatever.
Gargantia?
Suisei no Gargantia? That one's
Yeah.
fine.
Yes. Yeah. I did watch Suisei no Gargantia.
Is that a Waterworld like?
The thing is, I really like
I mean, they were like literally on a fucking like floating
yeah,
like
with
city.
like jellyfish.
Like,
Yeah, with like jellyfish. The thing is, I really like these sorts of big world like travel, even if it's not like necessarily traveling, like ethereal otherworld premises and stuff like that. And combined with the fact that I sometimes take the lesser known series of the season, I kind of end up with a lot of these. But I just I do like these sorts of things as well. But overall, I mean, getting back into the general subject, I think it's a little bit unfortunate. Uh there are parts about it. Every bit of this outside of like the visual, or sorry, outside of the audio, which is again Hiroyuki Sawano. Um oh, by the way, the opening is like done by Yorushika. It's like Telepath by Yorushika. It's like pretty standard. It's not. Yeah, it's very run of the mill, kind of nothing to say about it. And the other one was the ending is Juvenile by Green. Both of them are pretty kind of like middle of the road. There's not much to say about it. But other than the BGM by Hiroyuki Sawano, I think most of the aspects, whether it's the audio, whether it's visuals, whether it's the plot, whether it's the balance of kind of the script story, um, all these are or and character development as well. All these are things that could, I think, have been great with a little bit more massaging, with a little bit more molding, um, maybe with a little bit better writing from the author or whatever. But it was just one step away from greatness, just because of some of the pretty obvious flaws in it. So I think it's an okay series to skim, but I'm not entirely sure whether I would be able to fully recommend it with a clean conscience. Um, I would probably have to give this like a 6-ish. Yeah, 6. Yeah, 6. I think 6.5 is too much. Probably a 6 out of 10, but I think the major problem comes from the author banging too much on the statecraft part and the opposing empire characters being too flat, even when he does focus on the statecraft part. I think it was just not very well made. I think if he had the author had just focused on the secrets of the world kind of stuff, it would have been much cooler and much kind of better overall. But alas, it wasn't to be. So
So you're saying you like Polar Express better, huh?
Polar you could say that.
Is that the one with the? That's the one with the train, right? And the post-apocalyptic world.
What?
Was it a post-apocalyptic? I don't think it was a
Wasn't it?
post-apocalyptic world.
No, no.
It was just the train.
Oh,
It,
I
it,
thought
it
it was
looked like a
post.
post. It might have. I think you're thinking of. It looks kind of like a post-apocalyptic world because the train is always like traveling through snow and stuff. Because obviously it's Polar Express.
I mean, they
I think that's
literally go to the North
yeah,
Pole,
yeah,
which is
exactly.
like a
I
big
think that's what
city.
Toast is. Yeah, exactly.
No,
Toast is
what's the?
literally mixing up Polar Express with like fucking Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
Snowpiercer.
Oh, that's the one. That's the
Dude.
one. My bad.
Snowpiercer. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
Polar Express is not Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer is the one where like the only source of life is on the train, right?
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Was it good? I don't remember that
Yes,
movie.
it is a very good movie.
Yeah, Snowpiercer is pretty good, and it has like a cool
So
like mix of
so you're
characters
saying
too.
I should watch Snowpiercer then?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, absolutely. You should watch Snowpiercer.
Anyways, that's all I had to say for kind of the Great Sea. I can't really recommend it with a clear conscience, but it does have a solid team backing it, and it does really try to flex its Polygon Pictures with its, veteran vetted team plus, some great outsiders. Really does try to flex its 3D CGI anime project making muscles along with again Nihei Tsutomu of Ajin Blame, Knights of Sidonia fame. So if you like his works, I guess check it out. Again, Kaina the Great Snow Sea, Ooyukiumi no Kaina,
Do you
manga original.
do you think you would have rated this series better if it wasn't in the same block as Trigun?
No, I don't think so. Because I right now when I'm thinking about it, I'm like I specifically try to put blinders on and try to ignore like the existence of Trigun while I was watching it. Like that was an actual conscious thing that I tried to do, to be honest. But yeah. Anyways, that was my review for Kaina, and obviously last but not least, we have Nier.
Wow.
I don't think
Speaking
we need to
of,
ask you what you have.
Yeah. So I watched Trigun Stampede.
Trigun Stampede.
This is the Studio Orange production
Yes,
that we
sir.
have. Fully CG. This is a reboot of the famous Trigun series. Staff. I guess I'll go over the staff first. Director Kenji Muto. This is
Okay.
effectively his directorial debut. He directed like a children's short back in like 2009 or something.
I'm
so
actually
I don't
really
really count it.
surprised. Although I think what they're doing is probably because he did work in. He did work
I mean,
in.
he's done
Hoseki no Kuni.
storyboarding. Yeah, he's done
He helped with.
storyboarding and episode directing for Hoseki no Kuni, Beastars.
Yeah, so they're probably trying to grow him a little bit. But
He worked on
what a project to
Punchline
grow.
and Senkyu no Terror. But yeah, this is effectively his directorial debut. Scripted series composition is done by Tetsuro Inamoto, Shin Okushima, Yoshihisa Ueda. All three of these people seem to be relative newcomers to the industry, with Tetsuro Inamoto working on Lupin the Third from 2015 and Hajime no Ippo in 2013. And then Okushima Shin previously worked on Kekotsu Shoten Honda-san, which, if you remember, is the comedy short of the skeleton dude in the bookstore.
Yes.
Which
Oh
was
no, I definitely remember that. Yes.
pretty famous when it came out.
By the way, do Do you remember if like either Beastars or Hoseki no Kuni was composed of like outside veterans, or were they also kind of like newbie people within Orange Studio and so on?
I don't really remember. I feel like for Hoseki no Kuni, I think was some relative newcomers. I don't
Mhm.
really remember for Beastars though.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely an interesting cast. Music by Tatsuya Kato. He's worked on a lot of stuff. He's done Dr. Stone. He's done Free and all of its movies. Prisma Ilia and all of its movies. And what was it? Love Live Sunshine as well.
Yeah,
Amongst
a lot of
many,
the
many, many
connections.
other projects. And then art director by Yuji Kaneko, which I think probably the most probably one of the most seasoned people on here. He's worked on Osama Ranking. He worked on one of the Star Wars Visions shorts. He did what was it? Hisone Tomaso-tan, Bubuki
Mhm.
Buranki, Kill la Kill. You know, he's done a lot of stuff. A lot of big stuff as well. But yeah, and then obviously, you know, original creator, Yasuhiro Naito. I believe he's overseeing this as well. Obviously, creator of Trigun, Kekai Sensen, and Gungrave. But yeah, I think the first thing I'm going to tackle with this series is probably the reception. I think is probably worth getting out of the way first and foremost.
Yeah.
Um,
Can I also just one last note on the production? So from what I saw in Hoseki no Kuni, I just did a very quick skim. Um, it seems to be it seemed to be a mix of like newcomers that were kind of in Orange Studios, but then also composed of like directors, director, and so on, and some like art directors and stuff like that. Were veterans that a lot of them came from Sunrise, but it was specific to sort of the Love Live era of Sunrise.
right,
So it's like they pulled, I think, on those connections. And
right,
so that sort of 3D CG connection, during that era might have been, again, with Sunrise as well, who does like Mecha and so on, might have been the connection to Orange.
right.
Sorry, please go on.
But yeah, so Trigun Stampede. If you've been living under a rock, and you haven't seen sort of I'm mostly going to be focusing on obviously the Western fan base here, largely because I can't read Japanese. And that's largely the most vocal reception. And honestly, the Trigun fan base has really been carried by the Western community, even since the 90s version. But yeah, ever since the announcement of Trigun Stampede, backed by Studio Orange, the sort of Trigun fan base, and I put that in air quotes because I'm going to be honest, a lot of Trigun fans straight up haven't watched Trigun.
Mhm.
But yeah, a lot of people sort of reacted pretty negatively because Trigun is a pretty famous series. It came out, in the era of Cowboy Bebop and
Yeah,
all
it
those
is
other
very famous.
Toonami era anime.
I would
So
also
people,
say it was formative or inspirational for a lot of people as well
for
who are in
sure,
the industry. Yeah.
yeah. Um, but Trigun, as a series, has a very interesting history with its adaptations in relation to the source material. Um, but yeah, so the fact that this was a CG anime, people were already upset about. And then when they revealed Vash's redesign, people chimped out. People were really upset.
That's me.
Yeah, um, and then the anime came out, and people effectively just shit on it for literally no reason. A lot
Mhm.
of So if you look online about reviews or whatever about Trigun Stampede, if you see a negative review that is sort of like initially starts off with, as a fan of the original, or if you've watched the
Yeah.
original, they're immediately going to vomit out a bunch of diarrhea about how this series just doesn't get the original, or it it's just totally different, and not it doesn't adhere to the source material at all.
Also, ick 3D CG.
Yeah. Also, it's CG, and I don't like that, and it's yucky. Those reviews are effectively like you really don't even need to read them, because most of those people watched one episode. They already didn't like the series from the initial promotional material. They had already made up their mind. And Trigun fans, again, I'm going to put this in air quotes, are very similar to really any fans of very classic anime. I'd say, you know, it's sort of, I guess, similar to the reaction. Obviously, a bit more violent, I guess. It's a bit more of a um, harsh reaction to something I'd say comparable to when they announced the Evangelion movies, right? And how they would be sort of changing up the story. Fans of classic anime, 90s anime, really don't like change. They really don't
I
like.
hate his hair, Near.
Yeah, well, I mean, his hair is like literally the least of these people's issues.
I hate his gun too, Near.
People don't like his hair. People don't like his glasses. People don't like his coat. People don't like his arm. People don't like his gun. And so you have all this dumb shit, all this superficial shit, and people already make up their minds where they don't like the character. Like they just don't like it. It's not Vash, right? And they view this series with a lens of like immediate negativity. And the issue is, you kind of have to ask yourself, could Studio Orange, or really any studio, do Trigun today, without it either being A, boring as fuck because they don't change anything, and then it's lambasted because it's like, why would you watch this new series when you could literally just go back and watch the 98 series?
Or just
right?
like remaster, HD remaster
Yeah.
or something, yeah.
Or B, get shit on all over because they changed a single aspect of the story, like literally anything. And
It's like that. It's like the classic Sayonara Zutsubo Sensei thing where they're going into an alleyway and like it's about like there's a director who's like, oh, it's just homage. It's just an homage.
Yeah.
Don't hit me. Don't
Yeah.
hit me.
yeah, and the answer is no. Like you literally cannot make Trigun today without the fans like shitting and pissing themselves, right? Because if you don't change anything, there's no point in watching it. But if you do change anything, there's no point in watching it, right? Because
Yes, yes,
the
yes.
original 1998 Trigun is the holy gospel. Like if you touch it at all, it's like blasphemy, you know. And I myself am a fan of Trigun. I like Trigun. It's got a really cool aesthetic. It's got a really cool story. It's got really fun characters. But I'm gonna be honest. The original 1998 anime is paced horribly. It deviates from the manga a lot, right? Because when that series came out, Trigun, like halfway through the manga production, effectively got canceled, right? Like, it basically got canned. And the studio was like, well, we have to fill out these episodes, right? Like we're hired for a certain number of episodes, so we sort of have to just go in a direction. And obviously they worked with the mangaka to make a story. And then afterwards the manga continued, right? And the manga went in a different direction, like a totally different direction. And then movies came out later that followed the manga more closely. and people shit on those movies. Trigun fans shit on the movies which followed the manga.
Near his gun sucks though.
I mean, his gun isn't relevant in this. Like, it's not relevant. But it's like you literally can't make Trigun after the 1998 anime because everybody that watched that show in 1998 have this like idolization of it, to where like, you know, that is Trigun, right? And
I
I
think
think
the
it's
important part is that also, like, there are obviously, like, you always want to keep the good stuff if possible, and it works, right? But
yeah,
I think the important point that you're implying, right? The most important point that you're implying is that Trigun fans are getting held up over parts of it that may look like it's symbolically so important, but it's not actually that important to Trigun in the in the
yeah,
plot and
it's
the
like
actual
it's
nature
not.
of the
It's
story.
not.
Right.
Like Toast can piss and moan about the fact that Vash's gun isn't a 45 caliber anymore. But it's like,
22, my dude.
does that matter? Does that matter? No, it
It
doesn't
matters
matter.
to me. It looks less
Um,
cool, Near.
it doesn't matter. He doesn't even shoot his gun in this series. Like he hates shooting his gun.
Honestly, I would feel better if he had a laser gun or a stun gun. Because what made Trigun so good was that old 90s aesthetic of gritty cowboy stuff.
Yeah,
And
so that's another thing I want to get into is
alright,
that every time people talk about Trigun, right, the original Trigun, they say, "Oh, it's this cool 90s anime and it's like a western, right?" And nobody ever talks about the plants, nobody ever talks about the sci-fi shit, nobody ever talks about the space colony shit because honestly, in the original Trigun, that stuff sucked ass. It was terribly done. There were really bad twists that were done like 75% of the way through the series. They added really nothing. And it was just not good, right? And there's
Near,
a
do you like
reason.
Wild Arms?
Yeah, I do.
Good.
Wild Arms is good.
Do
But
you
yeah, like
think Wild Arms would be popular nowadays? Because Wild Arms has that whole 90s gunslinger aesthetic that I
I,
don't think holds well nowadays.
I mean, it's tricky, right? Because again, the aesthetic of 90s anime, and the way that like 90s anime was done, with the style, with the big hair, um, the way eyes were done, the sharper faces, I think it lends itself very well to that sort of um, cowboy westerny, slightly gritty yet slightly
Escapism.
comedic.
Escapism.
Yeah, like just that aesthetic, right?
Mhm.
And I think the way a lot of anime is done today, it's sort of harder to land that aesthetic, right? Obviously,
Sure. Yeah.
Western style anime has come out um, in the past few years, right? Whether it be some weird bent on you know a Japanese style Western or a raw Western, but they really just don't hit the same, right? Um,
People want a little bit more damp, muted,
yeah,
organic
whether it's
look.
due to the colors or just the fact that
Superman has to think about killing people now.
things are animated digitally now instead of on cells. There's a lot that goes into that old school Western aesthetic, right? And I
I
think it's very hard to recapture that. Um,
I
It's like
think
how
the
Appare
only
Ranman also tried, right?
yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
the only series that somehow captures the 90s gritty aesthetic and made it modern without losing its identity is actually Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's
Yeah,
like it
yeah.
has this
I think it really holds. I think another series that came pretty close to that was No Guns Life, actually. Had a really
Yes.
nice, like,
Yes,
sort of
yes.
gritty 90s-esque aesthetic. But yeah, it's very hard to capture these days. And I think if something like um Wild Arms came out today,
Do you think it would go more towards this Trigun route? Because I think it would.
I think it
Or
would.
to make it more
I think
modern.
it would be
Yeah.
more. I think it would be a bit more it would be a bit more serious in tone. I think it wouldn't be as gritty. It would be a bit more, maybe somber, I guess. So I should probably get into Trigun.
Hold on. This is the same argument we had of like a while back about it's no longer steampunk aesthetic, like Western steampunk aesthetic for Trigun. It's more like It's more like what is it? How we called it? High science for Trigun, or whatever was it called? What was it?
Yeah, so Stampede is much more sci-fi.
Yeah, okay.
It's a bit less Western.
It's
Obviously,
almost
the
leaning
Western,
into like cyberpunk-ish kind of.
yeah, the Western tone is there, especially for the first 3 episodes. But it sort of it drops that a bit earlier than the original Trigun, because like I said, the original Trigun, like it introduces the sci-fi stuff very late in the game. I think in the original 98 series, which is like a 26 episode run, if I remember right, the initial like sci-fi stuff gets like dropped. It's like a fucking bombshell when they drop that shit, and it's like episode 17 or something, right? So it's very late in the game, and it holds on to the cowboy aesthetic for a long time, which is again why people, when they talk about the original Trigun, they talk about the Western part of it, because like the latter half of the 98 series kind of blows, in my opinion. But yeah, onto Stampede. I think I should talk about. So Stampede is a reboot.
If you can focus on just I think obviously if people really want to get into the world of Trigun, they can obviously experience it. If I think the focus should probably on the differences between this Stampede and the original, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go into every single like character difference and shit like that, because there's a lot of character, like pretty much every character from the original, like like the villains. I forget what were they called in the original, the gung ho gang, right?
The gung ho guns, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much all of those guys so far have made an appearance, but they're very different, right? They're very reimagined, along with obviously Knives himself. But yeah, Trigun Stampede is a reboot. It's very different. So Trigun Stampede opens, like cold opens, on the spaceship that Vash and Knives are from. And so in the world of Trigun, the planet, which in this they call No Man's Land, it's basically a desert planet, and humanity was essentially space, like going through space looking for a planet to recolonize, because Earth is fucked, right? And through this journey, the spaceships all explode, right? They crash on No Man's Land, and it turns out that it's Knives that did it. And Trigun Stampede like basically starts with this. Like it sets this up instantly, where it's like, Vash and Knives are from space, right? And it then, sort of does a flash forward to our new younger version of Meryl Streep, and our new character that's exclusive to Stampede, Roberto De Niro, and they're both reporters in this, and they're on the lookout for a new scoop, and they just so happen to run across Vash, and then they get caught up in his journey, right? And the first 3 episodes is effectively just setting up Vash, Meryl, Robert, and then later on Knives, as he comes into conflict. And the first 3 episodes all take place in a single town, and I've seen some people sort of lambast the first 3 episodes for being way too like too action packed. because it's basically
Too action
three.
packed.
Yeah,
Really? I
I've
had
seen some people say like there's too much happening in the first 3 episodes, because the first 3 episodes is in the first episode, Vash gets essentially attacked by July police, right? They're after him for the bounty on his head. They're looking to arrest him, and then he has to have a duel with the police to sort of get his get a moment of freedom, basically. And he pushes them out of town, and then the immediate episode after that, these convicts break out, and they immediately go after Vash, and they converge on the same town to go after his bounty, and then some action ensues, and then the town itself goes after Vash because they want the bounty on his head to fix their water plant thing. And then in the third episode, Millions Knives himself shows up. He fucking obliterates the town, and then Vash sort of has to move on. And I've seen some people say like there's too much happening. It's like it's too fast of a series of events on this single town. But I think the first 3 episodes are really made to set up and demonstrate that really wherever Vash goes, there's going to be conflict, right? There's going
Yeah,
to be
it's like a prelude
see-
story. It's
see,
like
Near,
one
you
of his
get
like
it.
small tales.
Because
Yeah.
it's the rule of 3 in anime. You have at least 3 episodes to hook him in, and you have to show him why he's called the humanoid typhoon.
Yeah.
So,
They
yeah, I get
initially they initially set him up as the humanoid typhoon, and the characters around him are like, what a stupid nickname, right? That's really dumb. And then after these 3 episodes, pretty much everyone's like, yeah, I understand why you're called the humanoid typhoon,
Yeah, see?
and it's either
Right.
people feeling bad for Vash, in the case of Meryl, or people basically be like, get out of here, like leave and never come back.
Yeah, I think
because
I think
everywhere
the
you
first
go,
3
you bring
episodes-
suffering.
I think those two were good just because like it sets that up while staying in the same place. I think that was a smart idea, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I think staying in
Because
the same place is smart because you have the persistent characters that are going through a small mini arc of sort of warming up to Vash, and then sort of being like, I don't want to be around him anymore. And you let that sort of grow for a bit, while also demonstrating that Vash can't be in the same place for very long, because otherwise it just all gets ruined. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that, after the first 3 episodes, it's effectively just it sort of becomes pseudo episodic, with the general overarching goal of reaching July, which is the
Right.
capital, sort of, and where Millions Knives is basically his base of operations. And this
Wait, is this 12 episodes with the second season planned? What's happening here?
this is 12 episodes. I don't know if there's a second season planned.
There's
currently
gotta be a
9
second season planned.
there's
right?
currently 9 episodes out right now. And it's looking primed to have the climax in the 12th episode.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Why this doesn't have enough money to go season 2?
I don't know.
And people will riot in the streets. That's what'll happen.
I think there could be a season 2. I think it could wrap up if there could be a season 2 either way. I think it's pretty well paced the way that they've gone so far. But yeah,
Near, it's called Trigun Stampede, right? You gotta go
Yeah.
Trigun Maximum Stampede.
true.
How are the audio visuals here?
Yeah, so Studio Orange, I mean, the audio visuals are pretty stellar, I think.
What do you mean it's 3D CG? It can't be good.
Yeah, I'd say they're really good across the board. I think the only real complaint I've had is probably the scene in episode 1, in the duel, right, where they're on like
Right.
the cliffside. I think the environment in that scene is pretty bad. However, most of the environments throughout this show have largely been a pretty nice mix of like hand painted and like 3D
Oh, okay.
environments, and they look really nice. Some people, I guess, probably maybe don't like the way that the 3D models sort of look like they're maybe not necessarily blending into the hand painted backgrounds 100% perfectly all the time. Personally, I think it looks really good. There are some minor moments where it's like, but you know, it's just sort of the growing pains of the technology, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Also,
overall,
also the thing is, it's like with again. I mean, it's one thing to be like, we have to consider the limitations of 3D and stuff like that. But also, I just want to say for all the people out there who are like, ugh, 3D can't ever be, it's like automatically down because 3D. Like, if you're going to say that, you also have to say out loud in public that Beastars and Hoseki no Kuni are bad series because they are 3D. Like, you can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it.
yeah,
Okay. So,
it's dumb.
Also, hey man, there were like 2 episodes that weren't, so
yeah, that's true.
or well, 2 half episodes that weren't 3D.
Yeah. So there were some. So in Wolfwood's episodes, there's some 2D sections for his backstory, and like Wolfwood's backstory in the orphanage, and there's some really nice like storybook-esque 2D animation. It looks really nice. But yeah, for the most part, it's pretty much entirely CG. There's been like a handful of like 2D characters because I guess Studio Orange probably didn't want to make 3D models for characters that were going to show up for like 30 seconds.
Is it the best CG you've ever seen in anime, Nier?
Um,
Is it better than Hoseki no Kuni?
so personally, I say no. I think Hoseki no
Mm,
Kuni
okay.
is probably still the top.
It has
Hoseki no Kuni for me was just like the mix of the lighting.
Hoseki no Kuni was also like it was trying to achieve a new style focused on the 3D, whereas Trigun Stampede is still kind of like we're trying to do what 2D did, but in 3D.
Well, I think
They're kind of different ideals.
Trigun has. I think like if they went back and fingers crossed, we get another season of Hoseki no Kuni, I think it would obviously look better than the first. Like I think
Yeah.
technically, I think their technical skill
Yeah, I mean,
is
on a
increasing
technical,
every time.
yeah, definitely on a technical aspect.
It's just that this doesn't lend itself as well
Yeah,
as something like Hoseki no Kuni can.
I'd say the only thing really holding Trigun back in terms of being one of the best looking like CG representations like in the industry is the setting. Pretty much all of it is open deserts.
Okay.
You don't have fields of flowing grass like you do in Hoseki no Kuni. You don't have the sun shining through the big like temple windows that are reflecting off of the gem's hair.
Right.
You don't really have moments like that in Trigun. Trigun is still very beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it's very little the minor things that I think push Hoseki just a little bit above. Granted, I'm a bit biased. I like Hoseki no Kuni a lot. But yeah, like overall, in terms of like just raw technical CG animation, I mean it's a feast for the eyes, right? Like there's a scene, I think it was episode 4 or 5, where the cast gets stuck in a giant sandworm, right? And in order to get out, Wolfwood uses his big cross gun as a laser beam, and he cuts the big worm like clean in half.
No
and
longer a missile launcher now, it's a laser.
Yeah, it's a big laser beam. But it's a really cool scene. Like it's really well done. They do this really cool like slow-mo pan around the gun, and it looks like something out of like a AAA video game. Like the detail on Wolfwood's gun is like absurd. It's really, really cool. But yeah, audiovisually, stellar, like completely just knocks it out of the park. In terms of story, so the story again is it's very different. The way characters act, the backstories are different. Vash's backstory is very different. Vash's attitude is also quite different. In the original, right, Vash sort of flip-flops a lot in the original between a very, very comedic character, right? Like he's a dork, like he's kind of a loser, to like this like super extreme hyper badass, right? And in Stampede, he's a bit more somber. He's a bit more
He's a sad himbo now, dude.
yeah, he's a bit of a sad boy in this. You know, he's still a bit of a goof.
I can
he's
fix him. Jesus.
but yeah, he you can sort of tell that, you know, I don't know. I really like this Vash personally, so I'm just gonna put that out there. But like, I might splurge a bit here. But so the way they do Vash, I think here is really well done. Because the way he like the times he smiles, you know, it's sort of one of those like a pained smile. Like you can sort of see like the sadness in his eyes. But like he's still like forever an optimist, you know. But he doesn't do, you know, like the weird crab walking bits anymore, you know, like there's not like weird slapstick stuff. You know, he's still a dork. But he's a bit more of like, you know, he's a sad, more tortured character. And I think that comes through a bit more while being a bit less like, because in the 98 series, right, you would sort of go between Vash being sort of this like like Nichijou-esque character to like a brooding, you know, oh, everything is bad and nothing is good type of character, right? And it was a bit jarring sometimes. And granted, so that's what, you know, that's what people like about Vash, where he can, you know, he can be both of those, and be, you know, cool at the same time. But I think this one is a bit more focused, a bit more cohesive as a character, and it lends itself better to the series' tone overall.
I think the original Trigun was it fit the manga, right? I mean, it
Yeah,
sounds obvious because it's a manga,
yeah,
but it's
yeah.
like it fit the manga and the cultural mood of how a manga like this, like an escapist manga, should be
Yeah, I mean
done at the
manga like
time.
that at the time, um,
Just
were
do
just
kind of
like that, right?
whatever.
Like you
Yeah, yeah,
had the
exactly.
cool badass like gunslinger scenes,
Yeah,
and then a
and you
couple
didn't really
panels.
squeeze. You didn't really think about it too hard. You just
Yeah, a
kind of
couple
did it for the
panels later,
story.
you'd have a gag, right? You'd have a
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
weird, like
exactly.
cartoony, panel, right? Like something like Helsing was similar, right?
It was
Um,
MCU before MCU, essentially, like, in a
yeah.
sense. Yeah.
But again, I do think this Vash is a bit more somber, and I think this series overall is a bit more somber. Something I took note of as I was watching this is I feel like, so I don't know if this is just me, maybe I'm insane, but I got some real like Casherin Sins vibe from when I was watching this.
That's neat.
Yeah.
That's a good take.
Yeah, it's very so the way because like I said, it's semi-episodic, right? And the way the episodes are sort of structured is they'll sort of come across a character or a town or, you know, something. And as the episode progresses, you'll learn more about the characters. You sort of, you know, empathize with them. And then, you know, either conflict will arise and, you know, something sad happens or something not so sad happens, but either way, you have to move on, right? Like the journey has to continue. You still have to get to your
Right,
destination.
exactly.
and it's very, again, I keep using this word, it's very somber, but like that is the tone overall, and I think it's done very well. But yeah, a lot of the characters have very different tones, or they're completely retooled. Like I forget what he was called in the original series, but the big, like the huge, like muscular guy with like the big, like Gatling rocket launcher thing. He was just some merc in the original that Knives hires to like go and fight Vash. But in this series, he is actually a kid that Vash used to know. Like he had helped him out one time, and Vash had made a promise to him that, you know, if you ever need help, I'll be there to save you, right? And they come
Zazie the
across.
Beast? Zazie the Beast, right?
No, Zazi's the insect dude in
Yeah.
this. It was
Thinking of someone else.
the big guy with like Gatling guns on his arm. But yeah, in this he's like he's a kid that Vash said that he, you know, if he ever needed help, he'd save. But you know, when he did need help, Vash wasn't there, right? And he got experimented on and turned into this big monster. And when they found the town, you know, they ended up having to fight him, right? And right when Vash is sort of trying to get through, and you know, sort of get him to remember like who he was, Wolfwood ends up killing him, right? He ends up shooting him, and it's this, you know, big moment where Vash is like, you know, why did you do that? You don't get to decide who lives and dies, right? Because Vash as a character, he has a very strict like no killing rule, and Wolfwood is like, well, you know, he's a bad guy. I'm going to kill him, right? But the reasoning Wolfwood gives in this is like it's a mercy, right? Like it's better to have him like just kill him as opposed to have him live as a monster, you know. And it's sort of this clash of ideals, and you know, I don't know. This series is just really, it is very Cash and Sins, where it's like, you know, you have these characters that are like they live and die by their ideals, right? And that is very much the focus of the show is Vash's no killing rule, and like how far can he really push that before, you know, something he cares about is lost, right? Like how far can he push this no killing rule until, you know, because Knives is out here trying to kill all of humanity, right?
It's like some
And
Dark Knight shit.
yeah, like the idea is, you know, will like the obviously the main premise that Stampede is really pushing is, will Vash be able to kill his brother Knives in order to save not only humanity but the plants as well?
Will
And
Batman ever kill Joker?
yeah, and in this, I think his no killing rule is done. It's pretty different. So they don't really give an explicit purpose for Vash's no killing rule other than he just values life. Because in the previous one, like Vash was like he got pretty close to killing people quite a few times, right? But his no killing rule was sort of connected to his backstory, and you know, if he ever killed someone, he'd essentially, you know, lose like his memories of REM, basically, right? Like he would basically lose part of himself. But in this series, he doesn't really have that. It's more of just like, you know, it's not really someone's place to decide who lives and dies in any given scenario, you know.
My question is also, there's this like focus on that and kind of not smoothing up, but like focusing on that sort of um moral story, right? Moral has a moral story, and we've seen this kind of stuff obviously not just in um the old part of the old Trigun, but obviously as a focus in something like even just as recent as um what is it? I mentioned like the Dark Knight earlier, but there was also the Fantastic Beasts or whatever it was, like the Grindelwald Dumbledore thing, right? That's
Mm.
essentially like the same thing. Um, uh, there's a lot of these stories where it's how far can you go before you have to, stop being Mr. Nice Guy or whatever it is. Do you find this focus on this specific trope within Trigun Stampede um, emotionally compelling? Are you like,
I
okay,
so I find the fact that so it's not just a like, oh, will he be able to kill or will he kill?
right, right,
It's more of a clash and friction of that like no killing ideal against, the other characters like Knives, right? Because Knives is essentially um like he's evil, right? He's fucking evil in this.
mhm,
And he's his motivation is basically he's going to wipe out humanity and retake the planet so that way the plants can thrive, right? And plants in Trigun are basically like these alien extra dimensional beings, right? That sort of produce energy for humanity.
mhm,
Um, and um, like the friction against, obviously Vash and Knives, but also in this, the friction against Vash's ideals and Wolfwood's ideals, which is, Wolfwood has lived a life of killing, um, and he's killed people in order to sort of protect what's closest to him, which is, his orphanage, which he grew up in, and, the people within it, right?
mhm.
And Wolfwood's ideals is basically, you can't you can't just you're not going to be able to save someone who is hell bent on shooting you in the head, right? um but Vash's ideal is, no matter what, you can always bring out the good in someone, right? And that friction and that them sort of coming to terms with their ideals with like each other is sort of where I think it is very compelling. It's not necessarily the ideal itself being tested that I think is compelling, because
Mm,
again, the no killing rule has been done for a very long time in a lot of
yeah, yeah.
stories. Um,
It's the
and
different ways that it gets tested and
yeah, it's
seeing
sort
that
of
gauge.
the way characters sort of um, react to it, and the way that they discuss it, and you know um, how
So
it
in a sense, that's almost like you're focusing on almost like a journey aspect, but instead of like how a lot of journey series are based upon the main character being an observer and seeing the other people do weird shit, right? But
yeah
in this case, it's like the main character is doing the weird shit
yeah
and the other
the
people are
characters
observing them.
are sort of the participant, and
Right, right.
the people and environment around them
Are
is
the
sort of
observers. Yeah,
they're sort of reacting to the main character's presence effectively.
right.
um
But the main character is still doing the journey.
yeah
Yeah.
so yeah, it is a very it's very compelling, I'd say.
Mhm.
I will
If you're gonna
say
if you're gonna compare no killing rules, you gotta compare Vash's no killing rule to someone else who had a no killing rule in the same time period, which was Kenshin.
yeah
They had vastly different experiences, which led them to not kill.
yeah um but yeah, again, in this, so again, it's episode 9. They've already, so at this point, they have gone over Bash's backstory, which again is very different um, in this compared to both the manga and the original series. Because in the original series, Vash sort of travels with Knives for quite a while. Um, and then, they sort of have a falling out. And I think in both cases, Vash ends up shooting Knives, and then through that he sort of develops his like no killing rule. But in this, he doesn't travel with Knives. He sort of finds his own family amongst the survivors of the space crash, and he gets raised, um, and then he has a sort of conflict with Knives. His arm gets cut off, and then that's where he gets his gun from. Because Knives gives him the gun, and he tries to get him to basically shoot his adoptive mother. Because obviously Knives wants to kill all of humanity, and Vash refuses. But he doesn't actually shoot anybody in that like backstory, so I'm not really sure where it doesn't concretely establish his no killing rule. He kind of just doesn't want to kill people, right? He sort of just believes in the goodness of people, which I think is fine. But yeah, the backstory is very different. And then I will say my biggest complaint, and I think the one thing that a lot of people that are like, as a fan of the original, I think the one thing I will give them to is there was no reason to cut out Millie at all. I think this new character, Robert De Niro, he doesn't really. I don't think he contributes very much to the story. He's supposed to be sort of this setup, a like pessimist character. He's kind of a downer. Usually he's like the first one to be like, we should run away, whenever things are dangerous, or he's supposed to be this sort of not like cowardly, but sort of like
He's a
the
pragmatic type.
contrast.
yeah, he's the more pessimistic, pragmatic side to Meryl, who is sort of at a crossroads between being more like Robert or pursuing a more noble and optimistic route that Vash has taken, right? And Robert is supposed to be set up as, I guess, the counterweight to Vash, but he doesn't really have that much screen time, really. So he isn't really effective in that role, I think. And really, they could have just had Millie. They could have just had the same dynamic as the original Meryl and Millie dynamic was, where Meryl was still sort of the more because in the original Meryl is a bit more of a pragmatist, right? And then Millie is a bit more of the optimist. I think they could have had the same dynamic and effectively just done the same thing. There really isn't really any reason at all to cut Millie out. I'm not really sure why they went with that route, but it is what
if
it is.
anything, they could have just flipped it and had Billy be the more pragmatic character, but
They could have,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they
don't
didn't
you know?
need to make her like a depressed drunk on top of it, really. Like,
Don't you know? Millie or
Robert's-
Meryl wasn't waifu enough in the original.
I disagree personally.
I mean-
I've always been a fan of Meryl, but
And then they made her too, and then so like, all right, we're gonna make her younger. We're gonna make her an intern. We gotta make her more, naive.
I mean, I do like Meryl in this series. I think her character.
You like your hat?
I do. It's cute. But yeah, I think Meryl's journey in this so far has been very interesting to watch. I just don't think Robert has contributed very much to that.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. But yeah, after that, I mean, obviously, Knives is very different. Again, Vash is different. Wolfwood is, I feel like he's pretty similar, to be honest. He's a bit more of a delinquent bad boy, I guess. But I think that's largely due to the fact that he's voiced by Yoshimasa Hosoya. But yeah, overall, I think most of the characters are very well done. They stand out on their own compared to the original. They're different enough while being similar enough. I've also seen some people say that like this series sort of expects the viewer to have watched the original or know the original. I highly disagree.
No, I highly disagree, because if you want something like that, that's called a Fate Extra Last Encore.
Yeah. I think this series. So, because I've seen some people say that the fact that this series opens with the space crash is like, oh, they expect people to like know about plants and the space thing and all this and that. It's like, no, they're just initially setting up that like things are more than just like fucking a western. You know what I mean? Like there's
I'm gonna
more
be
going on,
honest with you.
and
I
like
haven't
it's
watched the
foreshadowing.
original in like
Yeah, like
15 fucking years, and I
it's well done.
understood
Like
everything.
yeah, like
you
it's
don't
very well
need to,
done. It's
you don't need to
foreshadowed
remember
well. It's
shit.
explained later on very well. And it's given to you in enough sort of piecemeal bites to where it's not like an overwhelming exposition dump, like it was in the original, where they just fucking drop it on you like a bombshell. And it feels like it's part of the world from the beginning. You know what I mean? Um, I think it's very well done.
And I think that was probably a huge, like, almost mandate for Studio Orange and anybody involved with this Trigun remake, right?
I mean,
Because
I
it's
wouldn't
like,
be surprised if it was a recommendation from the original creator himself, right? Where
yeah.
like
Or like regardless of like where the exact statement came out, like it had to have been like plastered on the wall somewhere. Like make sure that like a 4-year-old like coming out of the womb, like it was just like can watch Trigun, this Trigun,
yeah,
and be
yeah.
amazed.
I think it's very well done. I think it's very well set up in the world. It's very natural feeling. None of it feels like you need to know these certain things, or else you'll be totally lost, because like it's explained to you well. Um, you know, the stuff that's new is new. The stuff that's not new is told to you. Um, it's it's good. Like this, I think this show is really good. I think it does something very unique with the Trigun IP. It stands out on its own, um, and it's good on top of that. And really, I think a lot of the people pissing and moaning are really just upset about really superficial stuff. Whether that be it's CG, or how big his gun is, or whether his hair stands up or not. These are very. I think these are very minor things to be caught up on.
Yeah,
This is Trigun. Like
mhm.
I'm pretty sure there was an interview a couple months ago of the manga creator. I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember the exact quote, but it was basically like, as long as you have Vash and you have millions knives,
Yeah, I was actually just about
it's
to
it's
mention.
Trigun, right? Like
Yeah,
that.
I was about to mention like almost exact because what I was thinking was like when you said it's Trigun, and what I was about to say was like Trigun itself seems like a very like if you think of Trigon as like a region, right? Like on a piece of paper or on a map, right? It seems like very amorphous and like what actually is the core of Trigon, if you think about it, like the commonality that would make people say, oh, this is Trigon, ultimately, like sensible people, right? Would ultimately be Vash's struggle, right?
Yeah.
And like with the immediate and with the help of support of the immediate cast around him, right? Or conflict against whatever. And so as long as that is kept in the story and is core of the story, then it's Trigun, right? And everything else is kind of everything outside of it is kind of in flux, right? Um, so I think that's an important thing to keep in mind when discussing these things, right? And it's not just like, oh, it's not Trigon anymore. Well, okay, what does that mean, right?
It means his hair isn't pointy anymore.
Damn near.
Bro, his hair is not good, bro. Orange Studio sucks.
Yeah.
Near, are you saying that Millie, Vash, and Knives were the real Trigun this entire time?
Yeah. Basically.
But where's Vash's third gun?
What,
Have they revealed
the
that
gun
yet?
in
I
his
don't think
arm?
they did. Yeah.
Or
Did they
no,
reveal that? I don't remember.
they haven't shown the gun
Yeah.
in his arm. So in I think the last 2 episodes, like 8 and 9, he like damages his arm. And then
Yeah,
in the
and
most
turns
recent
his
one,
hair or
he
whatever.
has it repaired, and whether he gets an upgrade to that or not remains
Because
to be
he
seen.
got an upgrade before, right? He went from a pistol to a submachine gun.
Yeah, but yeah, he hasn't shot a laser beam out of his arm just yet.
It's
Which
probably if
Has
it's
he?
a laser beam, I'm gonna
Has
be.
is his
it's-
hair changing?
no, not yet.
Okay.
But
like if it is a laser beam, that's one I'm gonna be like, all right, that's enough laser beams from
it's
here.
probably gonna be a laser. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Like you got
Like,
Wolfwood
'cause that's
who
the
has a
cool thing.
laser beam, and it's like, come on,
I mean,
man,
to be
really?
honest, Wolfwood's laser beam was really cool.
Laser beam, there are places a missile launcher in that situation. I understand, but like a laser
But-
beam just for a laser beam, because it's new tech.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
they call it Lost Tech or whatever, but yeah, I kind of expect it to be a laser beam that he shoots out of his hand, which I think it shouldn't be. But we'll see. He's got the weird space arm, but personally, I'm a fan of the design. I like the big glasses. I do like the old coat more. It's very
this one's just a hoodie, man.
yeah. I mean, I do like how in this they sort of gave his coat like story significance. Like it actually means something to him instead of
If
it
he
kind of just
did that, then why'd he tie it to the chocobo that one time? He
he
hates it,
didn't. That was just a red cloth.
All right.
But yeah, I don't know. I like a lot of the stuff that they've done with Vash as a character in this. I feel like he's really been fleshed out to be a bit much more natural character. But yeah, I do
So
miss
is your statement, by the way? So is your statement this is? Are you? If you had to compare it, unfortunately, you do have to.
Of
In this
course,
world
yeah.
and age, if you have to compare it to the original Trigun, yeah,
Who'd win in a
would
fight?
you?
Yeah, Near. Who'd win in a fight? Old Vash or New Vash?
Probably old Vash, right?
I mean, Old Vash is more of a like he's more of a I don't know if this is like offensive to say or not, but he's more like of a Spawn-esque character, where it's like when old Vash needs to like, beat the bad guy, like he's badass, right? Like he's off the wall, he's fucking cool, he's slinging one-liners, he's got the gun in their mouth. He's like
It's full Power Rangers
yeah,
mode,
like he's
essentially.
I could kill you right fucking now, but I won't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like old Vash, in terms of like being a badass, like old Vash wins, right?
Old
But
Vash has what? Looney Tunes logic sometimes.
yeah, definitely, right? Like, he's basically like, old Vash, if he needs to, he will drop a fucking piano on your head and he will make it look cool, right?
Mhm.
But new Vash, I think, is a more cohesive, focused, believable character.
Yeah, he needs to think about that before he whacks you.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And it's it's fine to I think it's fine to prefer the original, because old school Trigun is very it's a killer aesthetic and it's very power fantasy. He's cool, cowboy gunslinger. He's got the cool glasses. He's got the spiky hair. He's a badass. He's got the scars all over him. But
Did they reveal the scars yet? I don't remember.
they haven't shown any scars on him, which I don't know if they
He's not
will.
tortured enough, Near.
Yeah, I do think they want to focus more on like his emotional struggle as opposed to just being like, whoa, like he's got pieces of his body missing. He's fucking cool. Also, they probably don't.
He
They
can
probably don't really
regenerate. He
want
can
to model
regenerate
that,
it, but
honestly.
each scar tells a story.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's I don't know if this is like a heathenist take, but I do think I like this Trigun a little bit more.
Okay.
I do think it's a bit more focused. I do like the tone a lot. And ideally, they don't fumble the bag with the climax. But everything so far has been really good.
And again, I think there's probably a season 2 coming up.
I think it's very possible. Again,
Yeah.
even if there's not, I have enough faith that they will wrap up the conclusion for it to be satisfying enough.
Right.
But yeah, it's good. It's really good.
Don't worry, near. You'll get your Dante versus Virgil fight because Knives actually uses knives this time. It won't be
Yeah,
a cool.
he uses millions of knives.
We won't get a cool gunslinger duel at the end. It'll be Dante versus Virgil.
Listen,
Yeah.
dude, I don't even know what the hell Dash has got. That arm upgrade's got to be pretty good to deal with what we saw Knives can do. So
I mean, Vash has fucking space powers, so
Because he hasn't used it yet.
yeah, he hasn't been able to control it yet. But
he's gonna
you
have to get on that because
He'll be millions guns by the
that
end
attack
of it.
that attack on
But
that
yeah,
attack on the
Knives
town
is
was,
is
pretty
pretty
intense.
overpowered in this. But yeah, I like this. I like this series a lot.
Okay.
I think people that are poo pooing on this series should go kick rocks. Go watch the '90s series again, bro. Like,
Yeah.
As someone who prefers the '90s series, this one's all right. I've grown warmer towards it, but I still hate that gun.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few times that I think also this is a part of people knee-jerk reacting not only to the changes, but I think also just as a bias against this recent trend of remakes not necessarily being as good. But this is obviously you have to look at it on a case by case basis, and this time it ended up being pretty
It's
good.
definitely not
So
the worst remake we've
yeah,
gotten. There's
it's definitely not like
worse ones.
Trigun, but then they accidentally made it into like an AV. You know what I mean?
It's not like a
or
certain.
Trigun, but they made it into a stage play with none of the characters from the original.
Hey, man, you fucking listen up here. You fucking you're suffering. You're gonna suffer through Evangelion stage play or whatever. At least like it doesn't look like it's from a fucking like adult video. Okay, I have to fucking suffer through Saki adult video shit. Like the girls like wearing pink hair in a fucking live action movie. Okay, buddy.
Skill issue, I guess. I don't know. Should have just had Evangelion money, bro.
Yeah, you just should have just had even money, bro.
But like, has Fash done anything cool yet? Like this episode 1 with the cool rock, I guess. But like, I don't remember him doing anything super cool on par with old Vash just yet. So
I mean,
like, how is he going to fight Knives if he's if he turns out he's just gonna talk him down instead of having a cool fight, I'm gonna be really upset.
so I think the main point there is that Vash has been basically glued to Wolfwood since episode 4, right? So a lot of the times they're kind of covering for each other in action scenes, which doesn't really give enough moments for Vash to really have cool moments. But I do think it's like it is more a tighter knit cast in this one,
Okay, it goes back to the more like coherent plot.
Yeah.
As well.
Again, I do think this is a bit more focused. I do think Vash will probably get some solo scenes in the coming last episodes, but yeah, the action scenes have definitely been sort of Vash and Wolfwood together, sort of tackling the problem. The scenes with what's his name, Livio, were cool though, I think. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess with that we have properly wrapped up Trigun Stampede, and I
Not
definitely
yet,
couldn't think.
Spire. When it ends, we have to do a solo podcast.
we
How
Bro,
does how does
we
Cyberpunk
literally
get
just
one, but
spent an hour on
Trigun
Trigun
doesn't? We
Stampede.
can talk more. We'll wait till it's done,
Oh
though.
yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. But anyways, I definitely couldn't have had a better person to host it other than Nier. So again, thank you for helping to cover Trigun Stampede. It is the much discussed. I think that's the proper word to use.
Don't you mean
Much
controversial?
controversial, much discussed. I think I'll stick with the neutral term, I guess. Much discussed series or a remake rather from Studio Orange, the infamous studio behind Beastars and Hoseki no Kuni or Land of the Lustrous. They are 3D CG focused studio, and they have made a 3D CG anime remake of Trigun again with all the modifications and bells and whistles that Nier talked about. If you do want a fresh, interesting, modern take on the core Trigun formula, please do check this out again, as Nier suggested. And with that, we are finally going to move on to the news. I am going to run through this as fast as possible, so please forgive me if I'm blazing through some stuff. First off, some of the 17th Seiyu Awards winners are announced. Let's see this here. Akimoto Chikako, who did some roles in Ipatsu Kantakun, Yara Yusaku, who did stuff in Chibi Maruko-chan and Dr. Slump, got merit awards, who did, essentially it's like longevity, like doing a lot of works throughout the years. Some family awards, awards selected by children. Obviously, they went to, guess what? Otani Ikue, who voiced Pikachu in Pokemon, and Matsumoto Rika, who voiced Ash or Satoshi in Pokemon. Surprise. Award for the male Seiyu who has been active in every field, including acting, went to Junichi Suabe Junichi. I don't think I need to talk about who he is. And the similar thing, but with female voice actresses who have been active in every field, including acting, goes to Kamura Maria, who did stuff for Heavy Metal Game, Slayer's the Motion Picture, and Hana no Utame Gothic Maid. So more awards to be coming shortly. Next on the list here, some company stuff. Crunchyroll has laid off approximately 85 employees globally. It seems most of them are from the marketing and engineering division, and it is also as a consequence of the Sony and the Funimation and Crunchyroll sort of merger and absorption into Sony, of course. Obviously, Crunchyroll saving the anime industry again, expanding way too quickly for their own good, and then crashing into a merger and just being under Sony's corporate overlord leadership, merging with Funimation and just cutting jobs here, left, right, and center senselessly. Very good. I'm sure the anime and localization industry will thank you for that. Next piece of news. Sentai, on the other side, AMC Networks announced on Thursday a new partnership and distribution agreement between its subsidiary Sentai Filmworks and Japan's Mainichi Broadcasting System, or MBS. The deal will provide exclusive rights for High Dive to stream part of MBS's future programming in all global markets outside of Asia. So some
Oh, hey,
localization.
High Dive, yeah.
Yeah. So some
Yeah, High
localization
Dive's been
steps
making
being-
waves lately.
yeah. They're taking steps, obviously, trying to kind of put into, you know, go into the market. Especially, I think this is a good time as things are coming out of COVID. So smaller or people who are trying to get into the moat that is being covered by Warner Bros. And Sony, and to a lesser extent Netflix, are going to have a little bit of an easier time, as well as newer markets are opening up. Right, the Spanish/Portuguese speaking market in South America, as well as parts of Europe, as well as the new sort of, not new, but the blooming sort of Indian market. right? And so on. So people are trying to get into that as well.
You know what you should watch on High Dive?
But
Inukai-san, was it? What's it called again? I don't remember. Inukai-san's dog.
my life is Inukai-san's
Yeah,
dog.
that's on
God
High
damn
Dive.
it.
Just saying.
Oh my god. Next piece of news. Anime studio P-Works announced on Monday that it will launch a crowdfunding campaign for its quote-unquote Numa Cuts project. The campaign aims to raise 1 million yen, or about 7,400 US dollars, to produce a second volume of manga for the project, with this project stating that the project may also spawn a third manga volume and a possible anime adaptation if it is successful enough. So this is just about kind of like different hobbyists and stuff like that, and it's like uh crowdfunding, probably to like garner interest and so on. Entertainment news source Variety reported on Friday that Netflix is lowering its streaming plan prices in more than 100 countries and territories, including Asia, Latin America, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. So this is, I think, not Netflix being kind. It's more of a Netflix trying to
Desperately raising subscription numbers. Yeah.
desperately raising subscription numbers and also setting up for a layer of more like tiered subscription plan. Essentially, is probably what they're doing.
They're
Last piece of
lowering
news.
it because they still have to implement that shared password thing. It's on the
Yeah,
back
yeah,
burner,
yeah.
but you gotta do something about that.
Pretty sure in these countries it's already implemented.
Oh
In
boy.
most countries, it's already implemented. It's just like there's been social media backlash, and Netflix is like saying, "Oh no, we promise we
I'm
might
pretty
slow."
sure it's
For
only
now.
it's only on the back burner for like the US.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're like, "Oh no, it's bad, so we'll maybe slow it down," but they're not
Yeah, they're
actually
gonna
gonna
like
do it.
stealth drop that shit in like 2 months or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're fucking paratroopering that shit in. But anyways, last piece of news. The All Japan Magazine and Book Publishers and Editors Association, AJPEA, revealed on Friday its report on the Japanese manga industry in Japan in 2022. The manga market grew 0.2% year on year in 2022, with the market value amounting to 677 billion yen, which is around 5 billion US dollars, compared to around 676 billion yen, which is around US, which was around US 6 billion in 2021. Again, this just because of the market shifts. The number marks 5 consecutive years of growth, although significantly slow from last year's 10.3% growth. Sales of printed compiled manga book volumes shrunk by 16% year on year, while the manga magazine market also shrunk by around 3.8%. The print numbers combined amount to around 1.6 billion US dollars. However, the digital manga market value increased 8.9% year on year, now amounting to 447.9 billion yen, which is around 3.27 billion US dollars, with digital manga now amounting to about 66% of the total manga market. The market value includes manga subscription services, but does not include web advertising revenue. So yeah, the at least for the past 1 or 2 years now, the manga market is now dominant the digital market. So again, it's been changed long time coming, but now the question is not whether the market will go digital. It's what model will survive and become standardized in the manga market. You know what I mean? And what I'm also kind of afraid of is, how mobile games in Japan and China have kind of colluded with each other to kind of standardize their rates and how much, you pay for 10 rolls and so on, right? I'm wondering if similar things will happen. I mean, I'm not wondering. It probably will happen. Probably similar things will happen in the manga industry where you'll have a couple of services that kind of live, like end up surviving, but those services all kind of collude with each other. Again, most like mobile games, like ISPs, like whatever, to kind of offer essentially the same prices and slowly raise them over time, so everybody kind of gets screwed. So that's kind of what I'm very afraid of, and I hope that future doesn't come very soon. But it is very scary to think about. Yeah. That is the last piece of news. Again, there is some like, okay, so we'll fucking go over this real quick. First off, this is gonna be my. By the way, this is gonna be my call out. So I'll just say that ahead of time. Um, I'll probably just lop it in here alongside what I'm gonna say. But first, to the winners of the 7th annual Crunchyroll Anime Awards. I'm just gonna. Usually, I don't read Crunchyroll shit out because Crunchyroll was shitty, but I'll read some of these out because it's so bad. So the award for Must Protect at All Costs character goes to Anya Forger, Spy Family.
What a fucking
But-
cringe category, dude. Like, fuck
By the
off,
way,
man. Like,
By the way, Kitagawa Marin was in this
He
category.
does not need to be protected. What?
what does this mean? Best opening sequence, by the way.
You know who
went to-
should have won? Vash the Stampede. They can fix
I mean,
him.
like, can we just like talk about it? Like,
Yeah,
must
yeah.
protect at all costs character. Like, who comes? Like, dude, this is such like a Reddit fucking thing. Like, it's like, dude, most
the way-
heckin' small bean of the year. Like, shut the fuck up, man.
By the way, these are the same people who will turn around and be like, why are we having these weird scenes with the middle schoolers and the high schoolers, bro? And then have like literally like, oh, Anya Forger. It's like, come on, guys.
So
Uh,
cringe,
I
bro.
already seen that. Oh, thanks.
Also, best opening sequence goes to The Rumbling, Attack on Titan final season 2 part. Like this one over like Higedan, by the way.
First of all, I'm gonna throw it out
And
there. Like,
Sakusa Aimer.
listen,
Like-
regardless, with a name like that, I don't think any Attack on Titan content should be allowed to win anything. anymore.
Final season part 2, yeah.
To be
Yeah,
fair, that
you're not
opening
allowed
was
to do that anymore.
that opening was really good. Oh, I'm not gonna lie.
No, the opening was good. But
Was it
it's
better than
like-
opening one though? I don't think so.
I like it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, wait.
Also,
There's some
final
wait, they
season
didn't-
part 2, was that even this? Last
Wait, did
year?
they not even have kickback? They don't even have kickback on this list. Like, not choosing it is one thing, but they literally didn't have it on the list.
Yeah, what the?
What? Bro, they what? How are you gonna have fucking Chiki Chiki Banban but then not include like, come on, guys. Like, is this like where we are right now? And then best ending sequence. This is like the only reasonable one. That one, like comedy, Gen Hoshino, Spy Family. Like that was like, okay, that's fine. Best voice artist performance. Yuki Kaji.
Salyamaki?
Yeah. Yuki Kaji, Eren Yeager. Like, come on, man. Come on. You just picked fucking Yuki Kaji because it was Eren Yeager. Like, fuck off.
I forget. Are these voted? Or are these like judge?
I'm pretty sure these are voted in
Yeah, these are voted in. Yeah.
because there's
People
no
literally
way.
just
Like,
voted Eren Yeager.
yeah,
And
why
then
are these takes so dumb?
best voice artist performance. God damn it. All right. Blah, blah. Castilian, best voice artist. Yeah, okay. So these are just like different voice artist performances, which is like,
All
okay.
languages.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Fine.
Best drama. Attack on Titan final season part 2.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This is a worse take than the fucking Toast giving the 10 out of 10 for that.
At least I can back
cringe.
mine up with science. There's
With
no
science, yeah.
backing this one up.
Best action, Demon
Best
Slayer,
drama.
yeah.
What
People
the
actually wait.
fuck,
Is this the final season? Did they actually
Best
say
supporting
the end?
character, Anya Forger. Best
No,
main
it's still going.
Dude, best main character, Eren Yeager, Attack on Titan final season part 2. What is
True.
that?
True.
False. That is just objectively.
Bro, Eren
Bro,
is so
this-
Zace, dude. He's so base and fucking red pilled, bro.
Bro, Aaron won over Butchi and Ranking of Kings. I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
come on, dude.
I'm gonna die. Best
Bro,
new series,
how do
Spy
you give
Family.
that to a
Okay.
character that literally, even amongst its essentially supposed core fan base, has actions and an ending that is like, what would you call
Yeah, I mean,
it?
people hate Aaron. Like people
Yeah,
fucking
like,
hate
they don't-
Aaron. Like anybody
it's
that's
like
read the manga,
contentious at best.
yeah, like anybody that's read the manga fucking despises Aaron. Whatever, man.
By the
Crunchyroll
way, best
fans.
original anime it got Licorice Sequel, which is like fine, but this other it has fucking Birdie Wing,
Bro,
Golf
what
Girl
are
Story,
these-
all the Vampire in the Garden
What
for
are
all
these
the list.
nominations, dude?
Was it Slim Pickings this year? Or
These
what?
have to just be only Crunchyroll series, right? Like, it's just because they're missing things. Is that why? Is that why? Kickbacks wasn't on there.
I thought Chainsaw Man was on Crunchyroll.
Chainsaw
No,
There's
Man was
no
on
way
anything?
Netflix?
Chainsaw Man isn't on. Oh,
Chainsaw Man is on
it?
Hulu.
Or yeah, Hulu,
Oh, it's on Hulu.
No,
Wait,
Chainsaw Man is
it's
on
on
Crunchyroll.
Disney
No.
Plus. Wait,
No, Chainsaw
no,
Man is
it
on
is on
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
So
There's
they're
no way.
just so they're just stupid.
Yeah, they're just stupid. I was about to be like, wow, fucking dark as genius. And then it was just like, no, Crunchyroll is just stupid. Best animation, Demon Slayer. Yeah. Demon Slayer. Everything is just blah, blah.
Bro,
Best
Chainsaw
romance
Man isn't
Kage-
even on Best Animation?
Yeah,
Yep.
just Chainsaw Man isn't even on best animation. I'm done.
What won
Dude,
Best
I can't be
Animation?
trying to
In
say
the
the
wrong
Sailor Fuku is
year?
on
Like,
fucking.
what?
Demon Slayer won.
No, it's for 2022, right? Yeah, it's for 2022.
Yeah, because
Best-
fucking Cyberpunk.
Best fantasy, Demon Slayer. Bro, Demon Slayer is winning literally every category right now.
Of course.
Fucking die.
It's popular.
Oh my god. It won over Made in Abyss too.
It went
be-
over fucking Osama ranking.
Oh my god. Best score, Attack on Titan Final Season 2 part
Over
2.
Made in Abyss, eat my ass, dude.
Over Made in Abyss and your boy Kakumei. Literally like a music fucking series, and it's like no Attack on Titan.
No,
I think
no.
best
No.
anime song, The Rumble.
Of course. Why wouldn't it win? Why wouldn't it win 2 awards?
Oh shit! Best film. Jujutsu Kaisen Zero over One Piece film Red. How do you
Excuse
feel about
me?
this, Toast?
Okay, that no.
I still have to
This-
watch. I still have to watch Zero.
I'm pretty sure this is why it's the Western. This is the Western sphere because in Japan, we'll say about that.
Oh yeah, all right. This is the best one. Anime of the year: Cyberpunk Edge Runners, baby. Let's go. Over, by the way, over Demon Slayer, over Attack on Titan, over Licorice Recall, over Ranking of Kings, and over Spy Family.
I don't know, pretty based.
And it still doesn't
Not-
have Chainsaw Man. Why doesn't it have Chainsaw Man?
I don't
or
know,
even
bro.
Butchie the Rock. Wait, it doesn't even have Butchie the Rock on any of these, right?
Yeah, no, none of these.
Oh
It's too real
God.
Was there like
Fire.
a cutoff? Was there like a cutoff for winter season or some shit?
I believe.
I don't
It
even
sounds like there
know.
is.
Because there must have been. There's no way, right? Like, there's no way that they don't.
Well, don't worry.
I guess we'll know
next year.
We'll know next
Yeah.
year, yeah. Because if Chainsaw Man like sweeps
Yeah.
or some shit next year, then
But that's weird because it's like 2022 should be up to fall season, right? That's like it doesn't make sense otherwise. But it's like I don't even why would you only have 2022 be up to summer? That would be
I
Wait, Cyberpunk Edge Runners was that summer? That was fall, right?
it wasn't in any season because it was a Netflix series.
Yeah, but when did it release? Did it release fall?
It was summer.
I don't. I
Oh, okay,
think- I
okay.
feel
It was
like
not
summer.
fall. It was summer.
Okay.
They
Then it
might
makes
be.
sense.
They might just be going when this like when a series finishes, but I
Mhm.
don't.
That's so
It's weird.
stupid. I was like, both Bocchi the Rock and Chainsaw Man not being included in any of these lists. It's just like, why do you even like bother making this list? Oh, okay. There was a cutoff for post says. Okay. Anyways, and then the other one was fucking this, like, so there's Japanese anime producer about from Okada Toshio, who was one of the founders of Gainax, He's obviously a veteran, much respected in the field, and he made a video about um, or a channel called Animator Supporters made a video interviewing him, talking about all the struggles that animators are coming out in the industry, and it blew up on Twitter, and people are kind of talking about this. And what really pissed me off is like, and I'm gonna use this for my call out as well, I guess. It's just like a general I hate the Western fan base kind of thing. But it's like everybody below here is just talking nonsense. They are just saying shit. And it's like so maddening. Like and not only that, but like the Western fan base doesn't really give a shit. Like, and you know what? I'm just gonna save this for my call. I'm like not happy. But yeah, anyways, that's all the news. We're gonna go to call outs and shout outs here. Everybody here gets one call out, one shout out. Shout out is one thing that you were happy about. Call out is something that you're angry about. I'm not gonna go. And each thing can be either one person, place, or thing. Let's start with Near. Shout out, call out, please.
I'm gonna shout out. Probably gonna shout out Yoshimasa Osoya. For
Yes.
his Wolfwood performance. It's really good. Yeah.
Yoshimasa, yes. Yeah.
Is it the accent near? Do you like his
Yeah, I like
Sendo accent?
he's going like full Yakuza. Which, if you don't know, Yoshimasa Hosoya is famous for Reiner in Attack on Titan.
He also does a lot of like kind of
Which season
like
near?
low
Final
energy.
season?
All of them.
He's also very good for doing like a very like almost like whispery in a sense, like whispery, like lower energy, like kind of tone.
Yeah,
Like, but it's like he's very good.
He has a he's a very deep voice. But yeah, as Wolfwood, he's very Yakuza. He's rolling his R's, he's going all out. It's really, really good. I like it a lot. As for callouts, I don't know. I feel like I had something, but really remember it. I feel like so it was something about people talking about FF16. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So FF16, right? It's coming out in a few months, I think. Right, and they're sort of rolling out the marketing campaign, right? And the producer, Yoshi P, is he's been doing a lot of interviews recently, and one of them he talked about the game's sort of general difficulty, and the accessibility options, right, with the game. A contentious topic for true gamers everywhere, I'm sure. But essentially what he said is the two main points were in terms of selecting one's difficulty, right? Yoshi P talked about how, as a longtime gamer, video gamer, he doesn't like picking easy mode, right? Like, he has his gamer pride, right? He doesn't like picking easy mode, and he really hates it when you die in a game, like you die a bunch in a game, and the game asks you to lower the difficulty, right? He says it's like condescending or whatever. So he said Final Fantasy 16 is not going to be doing that. Like it won't do that, right? For some reason that pissed people off. I don't know why. Very odd thing to be mad about. The second one was the accessibility option. They didn't really go into what the accessibility options are. I'm assuming, I'm under the assumption that it's similar to the recent remake of Near Replicant had an option for essentially simplifying combat, right? Like the game in combat will effectively play itself, right? Like you'll do combos, like the game will do combos on its own, it'll dodge on its own, what have you, right? I'm assuming it's something similar to that because the way they talked about it is it's tied to rings, right? Like you'll equip a ring, and that'll be your sort of option, whether it be auto dodge or auto battle or whatever, right? For some reason, people got really mad at this. They were like, "Oh well, why are accessibility options tied to ring slots when you can only equip 3 rings? What if I want all of the accessibility options on at the same time?" And it's like, okay, well, you probably don't need all of the accessibility options at the same time, because I imagine there are rings that cover different aspects or multiple aspects. You don't need to have all of them equipped at the same time. And then the second one was, well, what if I want one of these accessibility options on, and I also want to min-max my build? And I was like, well, I don't think one of the rings is going to be like colorblind mode, like that just seems fucking retarded. Again, I really think they're going to be like auto battle or simplified dodging or something like that, right? And at
That
that
sounds
point,
like food mode near.
yeah, it does, right? It sounds like Germa's food mode. But like if the game is doing that for you, right? Like if the game is dodging on its own without your input, do you really need the fucking +2 defense ring? No, you don't. Like the game is playing itself, you know? Um, and granted, again, I will say if the rings are like, yeah, equip this ring for colorblind mode, or equip this ring for like, descriptive audio, that's stupid, right? That's really dumb and deservedly should be criticized. But we don't know that, right? All we know is that some options are tied to a ring, and again, if they are tied to a ring, I really feel like it's going to be auto battle, or like simplified magic casting or some shit.
Yeah, I very much
Yeah.
think that
And
it's
so
gonna be
if
shit like auto dodge and shit like
yeah,
that.
like if the game is doing that, you don't need the plus 10% fire damage. Like the game is trivialized at that point. But yeah, just really, really simple, or really stupid things that people are getting upset about. And again, I've talked about this before, but like Yoshi P kind of just says stuff in a lot of interviews. And you really shouldn't take it at like complete 100% face value. Like, the fucking difficulty thing is just like that's literally just him talking about his experience with video games. Like that's his experience. You don't need to fucking get mad about it. Like go play on easy mode if you want to. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, just people being really silly online.
Fortunate. All right. Toast. Shout out call, please.
My call out. I'm gonna. I'm gonna call out. I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna call out Factor Food. I guess I got nothing other than that.
Okay.
Well, who wants to pay $11 for a TV dinner?
Some very desperate people out in Cali.
If you don't know, Factor is
Meal kit.
yeah, it's a meal replacement kit service where they mail you stuff. It's like, oh, I'm gonna order this. It's keto friendly, and it's whatnot. It's only $11. That's sad, man. Like
Like per meal?
it's $11 per meal, yes, without shipping and handling and all that. And it's pretty small. It's like one chicken breast
As I
over
said,
like
there are some people that are very like just not very good at life over in California, who are probably
Bro, there's literally a place by delivers. Like you can get a huge steak bowl with Brussels sprouts for fucking like $18, $20, something like that. Like expensive, but like you're getting a giant bowl of steak. So
right.
Did you know Costco has a $10 pizza, and it's pretty big. It's like a what, 16-inch? I don't know. It's a $10 pizza, my
basically
dude.
never get any of those meal prep things.
And also, it's definitely cheaper if you buy your own ingredients and cook, but it's for the the on-the-go entrepreneur. If you're too lazy to cook, like if you have a kitchen, use it, my dude. Like it'll save you more money in the long run.
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of just not thinking very straight when they're considering these things.
Also, like if you need food, come over. I'll cook for you because this is my brother who's buying these, and I'm like, damn, that's sad. Yeah.
Shout out.
My shout out is going to be to the upcoming cool anime coming up from who are they? Some of which include a Pink Pineapple and Bunny Walker.
Okay.
For those who don't know, we're already in this. This is March, right? This is March, so
Yeah.
Next month in April we get Sakse Byoto episode 4 and 5, and Joshi Luck episodes 3 and 4 in May. But the best one is episodes 5 and 6 in Joshi Luck in June with the best girls. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Fire, who's your favorite artist?
My favorite artist in what?
Do you like Distance? Distance is pretty cool.
Distance. You talking about fucking Edo artists?
That's why I'm talking. Distance is the one that does Joshi Luck, yeah.
I've said this a couple of times, right? I think my favorite probably has to be either Hisashi or Homunculus. That's always been the classics for me.
Damn, so you don't like big boobs?
For me, it's not like about the boobs. It's more just like it's like a lot of it's
You
about
like
how they draw the face and like the eyes, especially. Like
wow,
Homunculus
so
and
you're
Hisashi draws eyes like better than 99% of like the people out there. It's actually silly.
I see your taste, Fire. All right, I'll leave you to it. So yeah, I guess that's my shout out. Is that my shout out? Yeah.
Yeah, and you did the call too.
To the upcoming cool anime coming up.
All right. Dark, shout out call, please.
I guess I'll shout out I'll shout out Star Citizen's upcoming update. Looks pretty cool. Adding a lot to the game. And then yeah, I guess mostly like I don't know, man. Like what's it called? Took the wind out of my sails. My call out, like my GPU breaking. What the fuck?
Yeah. Unfortunate.
So, but should be back up and running by next after tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll get it back as soon as possible. All right. And for me, my shout out probably again goes to Oishi Masayoshi. Listening to his radio podcast about how the anime song industry works and how anime industry stuff works. Also, he's doing like interviews with other people in the industry and so on. But that on top of this fucking Kimono Friends opening, which I've been humming mentally or like in my head throughout the entirety of this fucking podcast. So
How does it
I've
go?
been.
You should hum it out.
It's like that. It's like I can't. It's like the only part I can like that's looping in my head is like that initial line. That part, and it's like, oh my fucking god. It's still a good song, but god, get it out. Get it out. Japari Park. I also really like the version, like the male version that Oishi Masayoshi sings, instead of like the girls who voice the characters. I like both versions, but yeah. Anyways, that's my shout out, and my call out is of course to the fucked up anime industry as well as the Western fan base. And again, this goes back to the whole um, talk about how the production, essentially the Gainax, former Gainax founder was talking about how the production committees, if you guys don't know, essentially um, the production committees collude to cap budgets so they can remain in control of production. Even when they get big cash injections from the outside, those don't increase budgets. Instead, they fund new productions with the same cap budgets. Um, so for those of you who don't know how the animation industry works, I'm not gonna like go do like an entire hour of it or whatever. But it's the TLDR is that it works like much like uh standard like contracting jobs, especially like government contracting jobs. If anybody is knowledgeable about that field in amongst the viewers, so you have this kind of powerful group of people in obviously government contracting. It would be the client would be the government, and in the anime industry, the client will be some bunch of big sponsors or people who have money and want to get money from rebroadcasting and licensing and merchandise and whatever rights from the anime that is created. So in this case, it would be Sony, it would be Warner Bros, it would be all the companies that are beneath them. It will be the different Japanese publishers such as DMM, Kodansha, Shueisha, Shugakukan, so on. It would be some TV stations like Tokyo MX, so on. So all these people kind of come together and pool money for a contract project that they then or not pool money, but like uh, select a studio to give a lump sum of contract money to. And the anime studio, once they get that lump sum of money, can obviously invest their animators into creating the anime. However, the problem is that Sony and Warner Bros. And Netflix and all these other publishers and stuff are so powerful in the production committee, and that they can kind of do whatever they want. And because there are so many different like studios and they are kind of already used to, they have all this precedent of working at shitty costs and shitty man-hour rates, man-hour labor rates. The production companies absolutely refuse to give them any more. Not only is it a problem with the precedent, but it's a huge problem because if you guys don't know, uh, you can essentially think of the anime industry in terms of licensing or like localization or like general like publishing to be split into two. One is ruled by Sony, more uh, in detail. I guess Sony Pictures Japan will be the branch that's running the anime part of things. So that's like one half of the world, and the other half of the anime world is essentially ruled by Warner Bros. Those two companies essentially rule like 99% of publishing, localization, like essentially controlling all the production and stuff that goes on in the anime industry. This is not a joke. If you search like any fucking anime project, it will either usually be under Sony or Warner Bros. At the end of the day. So those two, because those two have so much power, and obviously those two are also colluding to keep the prices not whack. The anime studios have to take it, have to take the money that they're offered, or they're just gonna say fuck you, fuck this studio, we're just gonna go somewhere else. And not only that, um, the production committee also completely fucks the studios of all of the relevant stuff that they can use to get money. For instance, uh, most of the time they don't get any royalties. Most of the times they don't really properly get a say. Like what happens, for instance, in sometimes in government contracting is that, or not sometimes, but all the times in government contracting, is that the people, the companies that are offering their plans for how they're going to create the anime, right? We're like, we're going to create it 6 months and we're going to make this anime and we're going to do it like this, whatever. they offer their advice and suggestions and like kind of general vision on how much this is. But obviously, since they don't really have any power, they don't um anime studios don't really have the same types of voices and uh influence on the decision making that regular contractors and regular companies would have on other types of industry contracting and procurement processes. So anime industries are in a huge bind, and it's not only it's super fucked because like obviously there's this problem, but also the Western community is just so ignorant about the matter. It's like they are just like even in the tweet that that's relevant to this, you can see people just blaming all like the wrong fucking stuff. They're like, oh, it's because of the automation and AI, or like, oh, why aren't they just unionizing, bro? Oh, bro, it's just natural freaking supply and demand. Oh, it's just, this is how it works. It's just survival of the fittest, bro. Like, well, it's just how competition works in capitalism, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, and like half the people are just like ignorant. They're just saying stupid shit. And 99% of these people don't care. The only reason why the Western fan base cares a little bit more now isn't even because of like stuff like this. It's because of the recent uptick in like Western voice actors connected to anime that are leaking with news about not getting paid as much, or like Western connected artists on social media being like, yeah, we don't really get paid that much for anime. So like if those people didn't exist to like say stuff on social media, the Western community would not give a single fuck. And they like the Western community does not care about Japanese animators or Asian animators or like Asian people on the other side of the globe suffering. They just don't. And I'm sorry for saying the hard truth, but it's the truth. They don't care. They just want to look at like random stuff happening on social media, say their 2 cents, feel like they're virtuous, and then go fuck off and watch Naruto. They will forget all of, the Gainax co-founder and the Japanese animators getting paid, freaking what is it? What was it near like $4,000 or something like that in 2017 for a year
Yeah.
or something like that, or some ridiculous stuff. They will watch that. They will say they're like pithy, like, oh, we should. This is such a bad play, and then they'll go fuck off and watch Naruto, 80 episodes, and just like be ignorant again. And it's just like so fucking maddening how ignorant and how like lack of empathy, lack of sympathy that the Western fan base has. And it's just like all the stuff that they're suggesting is stupid. It's not based on automation. It's based upon the fact that these companies are completely fucking over the studios and the animators over. And not only that, the unionization, even if they unionize, it wouldn't, or even if they started to do a union, it wouldn't really. The issue is the union, it would have a small improvement in the immediate term for the animators, but it wouldn't lead to a long term solution because the problem is the unionization, the immediate and direct effect of the unionization of the workers will be on the studios, and it will not be on the production committees and people who are essentially trying to control all of the Japanese anime industry at the same time. So what needs to happen is either the union needs to literally have everybody, all of the animators unionized, and all of them striking at the same time. Remember, all these animators are like already like minimum wage for the most part, essentially, and just like working off scraps. Um, for the most part, and they all these guys need to be striking at the same time and need to be unionized at the same time, and need to understand also that they are going to cause suffering to the studios, while they're also trying to put pressure on the production committees. So the fact of the matter is, unionization is not a proper answer to the core problem that the production committees cause. What the actual solution to the production committees is that the Tokyo government, or the Japanese government, but more specifically the Tokyo metropolitan government, needs to specifically step in and say that if these companies, if any of these companies, the publisher companies, whatever, are going to specifically work to contract, procure stuff, whatever, have request a project from a Japanese animation studio, they need to follow these formulas for paying people, paying Japanese anime studios the proper man hours, and they need to regulate, the government needs to give regulations on the minimum amount of payment that, or the appropriate amount of payment that uh, the production committee has to estimate for these man hours. So it's like they can't just be like, yeah, you guys are going to work 6 months. That's going to take about like $5,000, right? Just take it or leave it, or we'll just visit this studio. The Tokyo government needs to make it so that they can't just do that. They have to have a minimum of X amount of budgeting for, or at least an average of X amount of budgeting, or else they're going to get slapped down by government fees or regulations, or you know the anime studios involved can go do whistleblower things, or like go to the government and request for help or whatever it is. So the government needs to come and step in, but the Japanese government being what it is, and the fact that it's Sony and Warner Bros. And they're gonna, pat the fucking government people on the head and tell them to go fuck off. I know that this is gonna happen, and it's so saddening and so painful to watch that this whole like kind of thing grinding to a halt. And it's also so maddening because it needs to happen right now. Like the solutions, like the regulations on the publishers need to happen while Japanese animators and animation studios still have mostly a hegemony on the anime industry. Because the moment like more of these like Chinese studios and studios in Malaysia or Thailand or Korea or wherever, like the previously subcontractor studios, the more of these subcontractor studios start becoming like actually noticeable studios, or like actually hooking up with places like Cygames or DMM or whoever, right? The more that this happens, the more danger and the less footing the the Japanese animator studios will have, and it'll be too late. Because if later on the Tokyo government says, okay, you guys have to pay the Japanese studios more, then Sony and Warner Bros. Will literally just turn around and be like, okay, well, we'll just hire these Chinese studios then. Fuck off. And then now the Japanese anime studios will have no recourse. So it needs to happen right now. It needs to happen right now, and we need to make sure that the animators are getting paid properly, and that the production committees and Sony and Warner Bros. And everybody are coughing up the right amount of money to the animators. And for by the way, for all of you who are like, oh, I'm watching Crunchyroll to support the anime industry, you guys are fucking part. Okay, you guys are fucking part of the same Sony behemoth. By the way, Crunchyroll is not only under the Sony behemoth, but the recent merger between Funimation and Crunchyroll has made it so that Sony has even more, not only bigger profit margins through the fact that they control essentially the entire like chain, right? Because they're getting all the money from broadcasting, licensing, whatever, merchandising, stuff like that, controlling all parts of the chain. But also, because of that merger, now Sony is able to put on even more pressure onto the anime studios by saying, "Hey, we're controlling pretty much all avenues of like look all the popular avenues of localization. We control Funimation, we control Crunchyroll. What are you going to do? Are you going to go somewhere else for localization? If you guys, even if you guys try to refuse us, we're going to make it so that it's hell for you guys in the future." So by you guys, by supporting Crunchyroll, you guys are actually helping to destroy the anime industry. You guys are the ones that are actually helping to fucking put the anime industry into the ground, because you guys are helping support the very same people who are trying to fuck these animators over and don't give a fuck if the animators are, drawing a page for like $3 or $2, how many dollars per hour. And it's so like, I don't even have words. It's just really maddening to see. And I just really hope that before the bubble pops, before there are so many more bankruptcies, and before we have so many burnouts and more of a brain drain out of Japanese anime industry, I just hope that we have proper recourse and proper regulations come in to save the industry. So, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, it's ultimately down to the government needing to step in.
yeah, the government needs to step in, and they need to do it soon
No,
before like the
realistically,
Chinese
I mean,
like
the government, well, and by the government, like both the Japanese and like Western governments, or well, I
I
guess
think
the
on the
U.S. government,
West it needs to
kind of need
blow
to
it up
look
because
into the fact that this is just straight up a monopoly at this point. Like, it's not even.
well, the issue is the U.S. will have a harder time doing anything that's not on the Warner Bros. Set, because Sony is the other half, right? Is sort of the other half of the world, but it's like the objectively the focal point that can be controlled is sort of a shell around the Japanese anime studios, right? Like protecting the animation studios directly, the Japanese animation studios
Yeah.
directly, and really only the Japanese slash the Tokyo government can do that. But they've been, for the past 10 years, they've been fucking spending millions of dollars on stupid fucking projects like the Cool Japan project, or like fucking uh competitions for entry level artists to win, so one person can win like $5,000 and a dormitory for a year or whatever it is. It's like, no, like, use that money to give regular artists, like your average hardworking artist, a proper like pay. Like, what is wrong with you people? And but yeah. Anyways, that was my call out. We've been on this rant for literally a decade plus now. But, but I'm on one hand, I'm glad it's finally getting traction, regardless of how it came about in the West. But I hope it gains lasting traction, and I hope that, you know, instead of worrying about a, a Pokemon character being drawn with slightly lighter than dark skin or whatever it is, we can actually focus our efforts towards really helping the anime industry, just really helping regular people get out of this dire situation. Anyways, that was my call out, and I guess with that, we are finally done with the shoutouts and call outs, and with the final episode of the Winter 2023 season. Uh, Apologies for the sort of dragged on or longer than expected podcast, or I guess it wasn't longer than expected because we did have Trigun and so on. But anyways, that was it. Again, next episode will be the preview for the spring 2023 season. There's a couple of pretty good ones there, so we'll run through it real quick. And then, yeah, we'll probably try to plan a sidecast if the scheduling is off, but scheduling should be pretty fine, I think. We should be able to arrive smack dab in the middle of episodes 1s and 2s for next season. But yeah, if you do like what we do, we stream our podcast every other Saturday, starting from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, over at twitch.tv/4PlayerAnimecast, where we talk about the latest and greatest in animation, Japanese animation media, including anime, manga, light novels, web novels, visual novels, and so much more. So check us out here with our VODs as well of the recordings of the podcast, as well as highlights specific sections. So we have all this content available here, as well as on YouTube, whichever you desire. Check us out on social media, on Facebook, 4PlayerAnimecast, and on Twitter, handle at 4PPAnimecast. So check us out here, check us out there. And as always, we'll see you next time.